Oh. Hello. Hello. Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay. Please wait for a few minutes. Yeah, Kun Camille is coming in now.
คุณคาร่าสวัสดีครับ
Morning.
Good morning ค่ะ
Morning.
Good morning, Mrs. Carla. Good morning,
Good
everyone.
morning, Oshana. There.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning ค่ะ
Yes.
สวัสดีครับ
Yeah.
Morning, Ms. Camille. Ms.
Morning.
Carla.
Morning.
Okay. Kun Carla, who else gonna join? Kun
Tenzin, I will inform you. Okay.
or maybe it's up to him then if he's busy.
There. Tenzin.
I have a question before this begins.
Yes.
One of the members here sent out a message that they were going to share this link to a bunch of other students and GA members and whoever wanted to do that. And I believe that you had said that this was going to be a private meeting. So I expect this to be a private meeting.
It is now. You can look at the participants.
Well, the meeting link was only sent to the concerned GA student regarding the controversial allowance so that they can clear out their doubt here. It was not sent to all the students. It was sent only to the concerned GA member. And that just one or two students will be joining or might not. Because I told that the summary will be sent out at the end by the SU team at the end. So this is what happened. I just clarifying this. I'm not sending it to everyone. That's all for my part.
I see. So you sent to some of the GA. So we have GA here. Afshana, right? No?
No, she is the SU advisor.
She's my
one
advisor.
of the GA
And
so
yes.
who is
me?
So who Abhirav, you can select the representative of GA. Maybe I think GA can join.
Yes, I am here one, but another one hasn't joined yet, so I will be here.
Okay, so you will be the representative of GA.
Excuse me, as in the email that I request that some student can join if they have
a student
or the related student.
Yeah.
So I invite some of them to join in this meeting because I think you think it is private, but I think it's not private. It's about
it's not private or public. It's an official meeting.
Yes,
we clear all this out, so it's not. Yeah.
It's official meeting from OSA.
It is official meeting, not from OSA. It's the committee for this issue.
So everyone can join, right? Students?
Not everyone. It's an official meeting.
So how many people can join?
There's no number, but only representative for concerning people.
Yes,
So
so
all the
we
committees and
invite
then
them.
the reporters and also the one who got reported and some of the representative of GA or SUs and then report. I think that's the concerned people and also the staff from SU, student welfare.
Yes, so we invite concerned students to join. We did not invite or post in the public. Mhm.
Who are
I think
they?
we understand
That's not
in the same
acceptable to
page.
me. That's not acceptable to me.
So
There's no
what is
accept or not
this meeting
accept.
about?
Okay, Kunali, who are the people that you mentioned, and then what's the role of them?
Student representative, senior student, GA and SU committee. I think they should join because after this meeting, I'm not sure that Brian will distort information again or not.
Maybe you
So
should, maybe
we
you can trust the system. After the meeting, we will have a minutes and then we have an official. And before we launch anything out, all of us will have to see them first, and we have to review them. So I mean, we can have an agreement later what we gonna share or what we gonna explain and what will be in public. And I think that's not the concern. I mean, you can take a look before we send out anything. So yeah, so the number of people, I don't think it matters. It's just the representative and the main people that involved in this just another thing.
Yes, we invite them. And yeah, some of them are joining and late for you to.
So what's the list? Where's the
click
list of the
admit.
people that are joining? Who did you send this list out to? How many people?
So
Where's the
how many
list?
people is not important, right?
It is important.
We
It is
send
important to me.
representative.
Hold
I
on.
think
It is.
the host
It
can
is
check
important
the
to me.
name. The host can check the name now that who are admitting.
Yeah, I think the host is checking. Also, some of the OSA staff is checking. So that's all the people that they that are here. Who else that you want them to be, one or two to be a representative from the important part of people?
We invite Tina, Amit, Sanjeev, Mo, and Nitya. Those are senior students and representative from their country or concerned student. We invite them all. I would like them to join.
Senior
Because it's not about personal issue or me, Apirak, and Akradet only. It's about students. It's not personal issue.
Everything is about student, Kunali, but here we have 3 or 4 or 5. Yes, case or incident that you mentioned. So some of them are related to personal and some of them are related to public, but then we're not dividing personal or public issue here because it cannot be really dividing. So maybe one more people that you would like to select as a representative, we can admit as the representative of your maybe senior student that you mentioned.
Yeah, they are joining and waiting for you to approve.
Yeah, can you pick either one student to be the representative of the whole senior?
So only one?
Yeah, to become a representative of senior student. I'm actually not sure.
Latina and Nitya.
Okay.
And Amit.
Hold on. So 3 of them are all the senior students that you would like them to join?
Yes, Latina, Amit.
So
Nitya.
senior student who experience in SU, what do you mean by the senior
student? In SU and senior student that they have concerns. And they also raise question in the open forum.
Kunkala, Kuntensin, what do you think? Maybe one more people or 1 or 2 just being a representative of.
They all are representatives from different communities. So I want them to join.
Yeah, what kind of community?
Senior student from some third and other country, different countries.
We have 45 countries here in AIT.
Well,
Philippines, Thailand, India, Nepal, and Myanmar and Sri Lanka.
Yeah, so why you pick these 5 or 6 countries?
Because they have concern and they are the senior student that we can reach out, and to be fair, because we have different opinions.
Do we have to invite all 45 countries?
Not
to
all
be
45, the countries that I just mentioned and the name that I just mentioned. Tina, Irene, Amit, Mo, Nitaya. For now, they are joining.
Carla and Tenzin, what are your thoughts?
I think it's good to join with them, because then we have a clear understanding, and then we can suggest, because student activity totally 100% is a student activity from the administration side. See what we can support, and always will be criticism, critical analysis, a part of student union activity. So there's no objection on that part.
Okay.
But let's see how we can help them out. And I think we can also listen from the senior who might be more than 2-3 years here. So we can say maybe they can give good suggestions for the further improvement later on. So I think it's okay with the three of them that Kunari mentioned. I don't have any objections, so we can listen. So now this make sure that this is officially we are helping SUs, and maybe could be, I don't know, communication between the SUs and SU members, or maybe in the student. So make sure that you maintain the what do you call that, etiquettes of our meeting. This is very important. And also the language we are using in the meeting, very important.
Thank you,
Oh, that's
Carla
my message.
will tell the rules later of the meetings.
Yeah.
Carla, please.
Okay. So we admit 1 or 2 more students.
Yeah, sure. Kunali, would you mind pick some of the students?
Some,
Yes,
yeah, I already mentioned the name.
mention 5 of them. Is that right?
Yes, Irene, Amit,
Can you maybe?
Tina. So you only one, right? So we limit number
Maybe,
of students, right?
I don't know. What do you think, Kun Tenzin? 3, maybe?
They are from different communities.
Yeah, Kunari, you mentioned the 3. This one should be okay. So make sure that the message, whatever we discuss, should be very adequately and respect. So
Yes,
there's no objection on those things. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Those 3. Can you repeat again those names? Amit.
So Irene, Amit, and Tina first.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, these 3.
Kunani, would you mind?
So
Yes.
Arlene.
Oh, Arlene, hi.
Hi, Kun Kamir.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, hello.
Arlene.
Hi,
Okay.
ma'am.
Oh,
I've been raising my
and
hand
one
for about
more,
5
and one
minutes.
more from Thailand, Kanchana Phet.
I've been raising my hand for 5 minutes, patiently waiting.
Brian, please go ahead.
Yeah. So I was not actually asked or have any representatives here from the SU, and this was not actually what was promised to me in the beginning here, because there is also private information that's being disclosed here. And so I want to understand what these ground rules are here. And so because I have no trust in the people that are here and the reason why they're here, because of what they've actually done and the information they've disclosed. And so I want to understand what the ground rules are here. I have no other representatives here. And I want to understand exactly what the ground rules are here, because this is not going to be an inquisition. I'm not going through an inquisition here. And so I want to understand what the actual questions are that you're going to ask. And I'm going to answer the ones that I feel appropriate. And then as well, there are several things here that need to be discussed regarding actually, legal issues here regarding what students have done and what they're actually legally allowed to do. And so I have plenty of outstanding issues here, but I have no problem with allowing a couple of extra people here, but this is not going to turn into some ruckus like the last one did that was run by the other people, even though I'm the one who called it.
I think the number of people here, it's about the right amount, and it's I think there are, or from what the name that I look at, there are all SU committee before. I mean, they in the SU committee before. Aline, Admit, and Tina, I'm not sure. Yeah. Kala, so would you mind letting us know the meeting rules before we starting?
I would like to also suggest to accept Mo because he is one of the SU committee currently this semester, to be fair with Brian.
Brian, what do you think?
What was that? I can't hear out of one of my ears. What was that?
There is Mo waiting in the invitation list, so he's one of the SU committee too. So we could let him into the meeting, to be fair with you as an SU member.
That's actually not fair, actually, to me, because you guys have actually been sending this out list to dozens of people.
Yeah,
and so I have had no opportunity to actually ask anyone here from the SU to represent the SU or that actually is here. The only one that actually is here is Afsana, who is the representative, is my advisor. She's the only one that's here.
Excuse me, I told them all that they can be observer. We no need to answer every question if you don't want.
I'm going to choose what I want to do. Thank you.
And I inform OSA that I want to invite some students that related and should be in this meeting because it's not about personal, it's about students issue, it's students concern. It's not personal issue.
No, that's not true. Maybe not from your side it is. It's not true from my side at all.
And I think Kun Kamil can explain that I separate personal and students issue.
I think we should start. I think we should start the meeting.
Would you tell me the meeting rules?
Please.
Okay. Yeah, so we will start first with the ground rules. Okay, so we will stick to the agenda and then no personal attacks. Be respectful and watch your language. No bad language. And then we should all contribute to meeting goals. And everyone involved here, if possible, participate and listen with an open mind. So you should need to think before speaking. Stay on point and be brief with all your, the points that you want to discuss. Attack the problem, not the person. And most of all, we just want to, gather you here and resolve. Hopefully, we can resolve this morning so that we just want everybody to help the students, help AAT. So come with an open mind and hope for a resolution at the end, so we can end this peacefully and we can all contribute to the meeting.
Excuse me, one person who is joining is the GA speaker of SU. So I think she's very important as she's the key person from GA side. So I think Nitya should be let in. Thank you.
Are we starting the meeting now?
Yeah. But there was a request for the GA speaker to come in.
Kuntala, did you ask the question?
Yeah. Pirap just mentioned the GA speaker. So from SU side?
She's Nitya.
Yeah, one more thing. If you want to talk, please raise your hand. Yeah. So Kun Camille will be chairing this meeting. Kun Camille Nitaya, we can admit her. Kun Nitaya.
Kun Suwani, please admit Miss Nitaya, the GS speaker, please. Okay, let's start the meeting. There are many issues, but some of the issues can be, I think it's a similar issues. So briefly, I would like to talk about the first issue that I think it was one of the very first issue was about the posting on Facebook official page. But the content that Mr. Brian was posting up on their Facebook page was some of them concerned that it's the more of the private concern or private announcement. For example, it was Brian's email was hacked, and then and then you reported to not reporting, you informing some of the public on Facebook, on SU Facebook, that your private email was hacked. Was that right, Brian?
I said my Facebook was hacked. Yes.
On SU Facebook page, an official page.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
And I sent it out in an email. I sent it out in an email to students.
I see. And Mr. Akradet and also Ms. Kunari found, and maybe some other people found that it's more of a private announcements on official announcement. Is that right?
It's not for me. I don't have problem about his announcements about Facebook is hacked, but I think it's Akradet. For that issue, is not related to me. And after he announced that email, I just replied to him that, okay, please remove your account from SU page, SU Facebook group, and AT Student Union page to be safe. And I told Apsana directly that please remove him for safety purpose. I don't have problem with him about this. But I think it's a Akradet email. It's not about me.
Okay, so Mr. Akradet, would you like to talk about this, or you are clear with this?
I sent an email to you directly to ask whether is this kind of situation is allowed. In your opinion, I want to know your opinion whether this allow. I could understand that it's more it's in between personal issue and public issue when it's has to concern with SU president role. So I just want to know whether this kind of thing is a personal or it could be allowed. I just want to know your opinion.
I see. So I think this issue I replied to you and also Brian in the loops and then everyone else. First of all, to think about it, it can be a private and it can be a public if the willingness was to inform all the involved people that maybe he will not be able to answer, or if it's something related to work, he would reply late, or he will not receive the thing. So it can be, a gray line between a private and also a public, in my opinion. But to be safe, so that's what I mentioned. Brian also knew, and every SU president is, new, and then remain there only one semester, and there can be a mistake or a bad decision. Maybe he thought that it was a public. Yeah, he wanted everyone to know, but then for some people, it's really a private issue, for example. So I think it's a gray line, but to be safe, so next time you should not do this again. To announce anything, maybe you have to be really in concern with other SU committees and consult with them first. I mean, what should I do? What should I fix with this program if my Facebook got hacked, or I cannot answer an important issues in the future, for example. So there should be things that should, that Brian could have done better. But to me, this problem is not a serious problem. And then if you react or reply to each other nicely. So for example, yeah, I did not think it would be a private announcement to some other people perspective, for example, and you could just maybe say sorry to each other and apologize, and then make sure that this will not happen again. So that issue, I think it should be solved.
So actually, would you actually allow me, if you're going to bring up things that I've done, allow me to actually respond before you make your decision and what you share with others? Because you allowed 4 other people to sit there and talk about that particular question before you even asked me, before you asked me why I did it, before, I understand it's a gray area, but you didn't ask me anything. And so
Yeah.
Can you please give me a fair opportunity to explain why I actually did something? And so then people would understand that context,
sure.
and then maybe you could evaluate it before you evaluate it without even asking me, please, respectfully.
Yes, I am personally talking to Mr.
Okay,
Kurde because
thank
it
you.
was the
So
important.
here is my
Hold on.
comment.
Hold on, please. Okay, so yes, so that was my opinion, and I think Kun Kurde also replied me on that issue already in the email. So I think he understands the point, and he also mentioned at the beginning. So now come to Brian.
You haven't allowed me to,
When you
can you
post
allow
that-
me to actually respond, please?
Yes, I'm
You
about
haven't
to
allowed me
say
to
that.
respond here. This is an open forum.
Yes,
I'm just
Mr.
asking for
Brian,
that.
I need to do the minutes, so I will go one by one. Okay, Kurde said, and I said, and Kurde said, and then next, Brian will explain. Okay, so now it's your turn to explain. So what happened with that posting Facebook and everything? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you. And so first I would like to say again as well too, is that if there's something that is directed to me, then I think that in all fairness, I should be the one that be allowed to speak first, because I'm the one who supposedly maybe did something wrong or in the gray area. So you should give me the respect to actually respond first before other people have a response. I want you to please take that into consideration, at least before you actually give your opinion on that, to at least both sides be allowed. That would be the only fair thing here.
Okay.
And so, thank you. So the reason why, as I did say, I have said that this was a gray area. And what I said is that the reason why I chose to do it was because I actually did grapple with actually sending that out. But I did because I have a significant number of people here that are part of this school that actually don't speak English as their first language. And that also, there's over 100, well over 100, probably close to 200 people that were on my Facebook that were actually part of the school. And so I considered, being that I'm actually a public figure as the SU president, I took that decision to actually say that. And so if I was wrong for doing that, then I apologize. But there was no incentive for me. I didn't gain anything by this at all. What I did was try to protect other students from being scammed, spammed, having their Facebook take over. And actually, that has actually happened. I've received more than 24 emails and complaints from other people that people are having that happen. So that was the correct move. I've received 5 or 6 actually thank yous for actually people sending those out to me. And also one of the members actually of the SU team also got their Facebook actually scammed and taken over. And so this actually is a real threat, was a real threat, and actually did harm other people. And then that's like a disease, like spreading diseases, is that then somebody else picks it up and then it gets transferred to others. So when these things happen, that's the reason why I did it. And so, and just in all respect, I don't think I owed an apology, and I'm not prepared to give one for that.
Okay, now I understand. So the intention was to inform some other student as well that you got hacked, and then it might, contagious, or it might be a virus or something, and then telling student to be careful on their account tools, and that it's understandable that your intention was just a warning or a information for some other student. That's why I say look at your intention. Maybe it can be really a public, information that it's useful for some other student. So I think from the emails that we, had that I had, answered, I think Accredited also understand this part also as well. When Mr. Accredited, you raise your hand. Yes.
I think I got the message wrong, but I understand what Brian said. But I think what he said, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what he said is his account got hacked and a bunch of people contact him, so he take responsibility to announce this in the official email loop. And also one of the SU committee is also got hacked. So where is the borderline? Who when to announce Facebook is hacked? So if SU committee is also got hacked, why he's not why his account got hacked not being public announced too? That I should be aware of. He a public figure too. He or she.
Yes, Brian, go ahead.
So my responsibility is that that person it could be anyone, and who is it for me to disclose their information? I don't know if I can disclose their information, and so that's up to them to make that decision, not me. And I did inform actually other people that has occurred. I can't recall if I informed you or Miss Carla. I don't remember if I did. But I don't know what my legal responsibility is. What I did was I did the best that I could to warn everyone as soon as possible. And I receive emails at every hour of the day continuously. So I don't know what my responsibility is. I did what I thought was right and notified people as best as possible to be aware. And that's what I thought, my responsibilities were. And probably, in all honesty, I think that maybe there should be a policy here about that, because it's not just happening here. It didn't just happen to me. This is happening on Facebook to lots of people. And, I've heard from other people as well, too, that has happened to them. And it causes great damage to people, reputational harm, people get scammed, money, they target your family, and particularly people in the SU were also targeted here. I don't know if it was because it very well could have been because I had personally as well promoted another event that was happening related to some of my work that I do with SU privately as well too on my Facebook. So I don't know, but I'm not a legal expert. I don't know about disclosure, and I did what I thought was right.
Yeah, Gunali, go ahead, please.
I have comments for this about this issue, but I don't have problem. I just want to give comments. I think we should set a standard or something guideline for this action. For example, I am also a public figure. I can claim this also. Everyone can be public figure of AIT, and I am also admin of many page and many groups that start with AIT. So if my Facebook I got hijacked, can I announce it too? This is not a question. I just want you to prepare in the future. If other students, for example, Accredited or Apirak or other country heads, their Facebook got hijacked, should we announce it too? But for me, I think there are many solutions and many ways to solve this issue. For example, we can ask our friends to post or tag us in Facebook that, okay, Gunari, Facebook got hijacked. Please don't respond to message, something like this. Or we can announce in the SU Facebook group. There are many solutions and many ways, but I don't have problem with the public announcement. And also, I think I am the one that I told Apsana SU advisor to remove him from being admin in the AIT Student Union page and SU Facebook group. And I think the first action that we should do and Brian should do is not announce in the email, but if he care about the safety of AIT community and other thing, he should do this action first. Okay, just this. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. To my conclusion, I feel like with the good intention, it doesn't harm anyone, and maybe at that time, at that moment, maybe he picked he could have done maybe a better channel or a better way of informing students. But then what he done, it was with the intention is just just the let student to be aware of this. But maybe the channels of saying that might be not appropriate for some other people or perspective. And also at that time when something happened, maybe it's not always not always all the times that we making the right decision or picking to solve the problem perfectly or to satisfy everyone. But then for this incident, I found that the willingness is more important too. And then after you also get the message, and then you also get his message that you have to be aware. So that's why you told Afshana to remove him from SU Facebook page first, not to harm the whole official page, for example. So everyone got the message that he tried to warn, and then you also react in accordance with the message that we have to be careful from that hacking or that effect from the hacking. So this, I would say, yes, next time you have to be more careful on announcing here's and there's, and whether if it's you can maybe consult with some other with the teams, and then how do we do with this problem, or maybe you can announce it differently in terms of an official, not to mention personal or anything, or just in official general announcement on Facebook official page that this day there are emails like this and this, and then please not click on it. Just a general warning that could be more not related to anyone's issue or not related to personal problem. So it can be announced in a different way, but then with the intention it's the same, just to be give the awareness for people. So what's your Kun Kala and Tenzin, do you have any comments on this? And I would like to add one more thing, like Kun Ali said, I think that's a good suggestion. So the next term of the next term of SU committee, maybe Kun Kala's and team, you could set the standard of the announcement for real. What can be announced, what cannot be announced, or in terms of pattern or the form or the contents of the announcement or the standard. So before you announce anything, for example, you have to consult with all the SU committee, for example, or with the the team first, and then you make it a more formal draft, and then you announce it. Like president in AIT, before we announce anything, president will have a meeting and he draft it, and everyone looking at it, and then we give comments until we make sure that this message is okay to be public, and then we public after president receive all the comments. So that would be one more step that we should add in color, maybe in terms of the announcement from SU, future SU committee or SU president, for example.
I would ask then that if this is such a controversial issue, then actually then you vet every message that goes out. You have somebody vet every message that goes out, since this is such a huge concern.
Only the official or important announcement or message from SU team. That's to be safe. Otherwise, if you have this kind of dilemma issue that some of the thing like this, some of the thing like that, but if it's come from a group or a agreements of the group, that would be more safe. That would be better. But I understand your opinion. But to be safe and to be more careful, on the management team, even president, every time he drafts it every single time, of his message. Any more comment from you, Brian, and further decision?
Yeah, I would say is good luck. Good luck for whoever actually has to be the next president. That they need to vet every single thing that's said out of their mouth. It's already difficult enough to run this job, to be able to actually do it. And so I don't think that's practical. I think that the decision made was the correct one. There was nothing that I would benefit from personally from that. It was done strictly for the benefit of the students. There was no reason for me to do it. There was nothing for me to benefit from it at all.
Yeah.
It was only for the purpose of students to notify them that there was harm that was there. And it was specific because it actually happened to me. And I actually had control of SU official information here. And so it's really easy for people to throw stones at a house, but you don't know everything when you come into this job. There are a lot of things you don't know when you come into this job. I got almost zero training when I came into this job, and I'm at 45 minutes, an hour. So, I don't think that that's realistic, and I don't think that I did anything wrong either. And so, if I did anything wrong, I'm sorry, but that was an executive decision. It was made in the best interest of students.
Yes, to emphasize that one more time, I understand your willingness. I understand why you posted it. And like I said, maybe, it's not in time that you will think, which channel you have to go to, who will be the one who get message and then where and here. So that I completely understand. But to be more careful not to let this kind of problem happen again, similar in the future, I was just telling my staff that there would be a good, step that, though you put in just to telling the new committee to be more careful, that's it. But if they want to follow it, if they don't want to follow, that's fine, because we are here just to advise and just to give suggestion, that's it. So, but the decision is depend on SU team, so we support everything. So, anything to speak for this, Mr. Karade?
I agree with Brian. We should not add one more rule for the next SU, and I think this issue will not be this big if the email is answered by OSA sooner than 22 days.
Okay, Kun Thala, would you answer Akaradet on this, the email answering things? Your practice that we've been doing before, and then what that you mentioned about SU, student problems. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So in the past, if there are concerns like this, we trust in the in the SU system and how they manage. So we usually, as what Camille said, usually advise and counsel or guide, suggest. And if this kind of concern reaches us, then we would inform the SU team. So in case there was an overlook or an overpass, we ask for your patience, and hopefully next time when this kind of things happen, so we can avoid this, there should be that's what was suggested. There should be guidelines and ground rules also in the for the SU team, the official emails, what can be sent out, what cannot be sent out, as well as for the SUFD, if you have your community, those rules there can be reviewed again. So
yeah, we already have that rules. And also like Kun Kala mentioned before, normally Kun Kala will let they solve that problem in within SU, because you trust that they are a graduate student and they can go ahead. And then, was that right?
yeah.
Yes, Kunali, please.
I have questions or comment. I don't know. I just want to say that I think I don't have problem with this, but I think he should not reply to students like we don't involve in this thing, or OSA have no reasons to answer to student. I think he should not answer this. both in private and in public. And I saw in the email, and I think this is personal issue, but I will not ask or request you to do anything. I just want to comment that he should not mention sustainability people post in that email. I don't know what his intention. We are not related to that issue or that conversation in Akradet's email with Brian about this issue. The Facebook got hijacked. I think he should not. That's
You're
it.
confusing things, I believe. Those are not the same emails.
What?
You're confusing
Okay.
emails. Those you're talking about two different emails.
The email that you respond to OSA, that OSA have zero reason to answer about email that Accurate asked about, is it allowed to announce this kind of topic or contents, and you type many irrelevant message about cartoon face avatar something, and you mention sustainability people post and Accredited slandering something with the NSU Facebook group and sustainability people post. I think we are not related to that issue. I don't know why you mention us. And this is a personal problem. I just want to comment. I don't want any answer now. Thank you.
To me, I think that was some example that he, giving. Kun Kala and OS student welfare team, I think, would you mind, adding one more solution from here, which is maybe every time before, SU committee it's set, we should also have like Brian said, orientation or training or things that you should done or should not done or should be more careful. I mean, before they starting or before they acting as the SU committee or SU president, that would be better, to just. I think it's been, I don't know how many years, 20 years or something that you've been having SU and then we assume that they all know their roles and they all know what to do, what's the rules, and then what they should not, or I understand we trust them and we respect them for what they decide for what decision. But at the beginning, maybe it should be orientation and training for real for the whole committee. So then they would follow, or that would it help them to decide or to go along in better in their roles of being a team. So one me, please note that in, okay, and then. Yeah, I'm telling everyone here as well that I think we should have that training. And yeah,
I think,
go ahead.
Okay, yes, Camilla. Listening about the side, it's always good to have a critical analysis, critical supports, and also from the when I look from the comments and also the brand, the intention was good, but maybe the wrong time, could be the wrong place. So, however, brand also have not many has I haven't listened to the brand. I don't see any bad intentions. Yes, one should not use any official platform to convey the presence. But however, since a public figure, he has used that one. He also mentioned that if anything that inconvenient, he also says sorry in our discussion. And what is the next issue comes, we will see how we can work around in it. But as of now, I don't see any problem on this. I think both the side had agreed on this, and Brian also has given their justifications, and the other side has asked the questions and he has answered. I don't see any problem on these matters. So I think this should be closed, this one here, with understanding how both the team have understood the intentions and also understand for a better understanding.
Okay, so yes. So yes, we this issue, I guess everyone agree on the same page, and then we understand, and yeah, to preventing that from happening again. Like I said, our side, we also should have a orientation and training as well, to give more, better guidelines and everything. And yes, the next the next one, it's what is it? The next one, Kun Suwani. The next issue is on which one? The SU team allowance 90K. That more student maybe some of the students do the surveys and they don't agree and this and that. Yes, that issue. Okay, so starting from OSA first. Apilak, did you raise your hand?
Yes, please. I think in the controversial allowance, I'm not asking question now. I just saying that the Myanmar student representative should be led into this meeting. Because in that allowance, it includes some of the budget related to Myanmar refugee, which is somehow also controversial. So that person should be being in because he's the leader in most of the Myanmar campaign, refugee campaign in AT as well. And he's the current GM member who is the representative of Myanmar student. So if him
yes.
in
yeah, I think we will talk about the general idea of this topic in overall, not in the details that we need some other people. Yes, Brian, go ahead.
Yes. So after you announce this, this particular question, I believe that I should be the first one that should be able to respond to this question because for several reasons. Several reasons.
Okay, so the 90K from the SU team allowance that being proposed or request to AIT, Mr. Brian, would you mind starting this?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Camille. So the only reason that I believe that there's any controversy here is because it was information that was leaked, posted, misinformed, incorrect, and had not actually been approved. And it was disclosed improperly. And there's a variety of other issues that I have with that. As an office, if I was the president of any organization and I'm working internally with my team and with a very small team, small number of people that I'm actually allowed to share this information with, that is supposed to be kept confidential. There are privacy rights there that are concerned. Secondly, is that it's already been clear and that everything that I've done previously before this, that I have proposed to the SU for and the GA for a budget has been approved. And then of course, there's also been some issues with things that have been approved and then revisited later on, which is fine. We've had those discussions. However, I have the ability, like any other business, to go to the people who actually make those decisions and ask outside of the GA. I am not legally obliged to actually ask the GA for everything that I ask for. I'm not actually obliged to do that. And so I want confirmation of that, number one. And then number two, there's actually other issues here that are involved, improper disclosure, actually improper disclosure of people's information, their names, and their numbers as well too. This is why it's become controversial, is because the way it was actually presented, because it was falsely presented. Actually, what it actually was asked was said that people were getting paid. I never asked for people to be paid. I didn't ask for that at all. I asked for an honorarium and allowance to be able to cover expenses. And I have that right to be able to actually do that. And then I also have issues with it actually being disclosed because it was disclosed by people that actually work in your office as well as other people. And that should never have been disclosed. And furthermore, it shouldn't have been posed as a question and then used as a weapon, because it became, that's exactly what it actually turned into, was because there was no there was plenty of mechanisms to actually address this issue if there was a potential issue. The first one should have come, hey, is the president allowed to be able to do this? Can he actually ask? Those are questions that actually happen in the GA. They're not actually for every student to actually throw out there and then shape the questions and the opinions the way that you want to perceive them. That is actually has created a lot of stress for other people that they didn't deserve. And so I have numerous problems with the improper disclosure and the intent behind it was disclosed, who it was actually disclosed to, because it was also disclosed to people that were not members of the either the SU or of the GA, and then it was posted by other people that were also should not have actually done that, and then repeatedly and continually talked about and drummed up as some kind of conspiracy. There's no conspiracy at all. There's no conspiracy at all. I have the right to ask. And as a business person, as an executive, I have the right to actually have some privacy in that. And that was repeatedly and overly violated continually. And it's caused harm to several people on this team, several people on this team. And so those improper disclosures and the intent behind it, which has already been disclosed on some other things that I'm not going to address here before, and I would be willing to address in another hearing, because this is a significant breach of actually both the ethics code here, the student conduct code here, and the purpose behind what was done here. And so I have several issues with this.
Gunari, go ahead, please.
Okay, I will explain from my side. And I don't agree. I really don't agree with the Brian information and what he just said. Okay. First, he should understand what is student rights, and he mentioned about code of conduct, right? So he should really understand about student rights and the platform, the public platform that we can raise concerns and we can contact to the SU team. If not in email, I mentioned already that I will not contact him in the email or in person, because me and my friends, many people got different messages from him if we talk with him in the back. So I would like to ask questions and raise concern in SU Facebook group, which is the proper platform and the only platform that we can ask people in public. If we not ask in the on-site, we have to go to SU Facebook group. And he should separate the poll, the alumni post and the accredited post. I think he should focus on the accredited post that I asked question to him. So I will clarify about the poll first. For the poll, it's just normal poll, is not fake, and I did not slander SU team, SU committee team in the current semester or Brian. I did not mention him at all. I don't know who captured the screen to him, but he should read it clearly if he want to speak in the public or want to mention or want to answer about this. He should not claim that it is a fake poll, false comment, or something fake comments. For the poll, the question is the question is do you think SU committees should get salary from their work hard or not? Is it should be voluntary work, something like that? I did not mention SU team in the current semester, and I clarify very well that I'm not requesting the money. This is a poll, not to protest. It is not about SU committees in this current semester. And it's not about judging SU performance in this semester. I just ask generally about opinions. I did not type or mention anything about SU team or Brian is requesting or getting paid. So this is the fact. You all can check in the Facebook group. Everyone know about this. And one people want to mention SU team performance in this semester. I did not jump into that message. I just clarify that this is about survey opinions. I did not jump into that message to comment SU team in this semester because it's not about SU team in this semester. I just want to ask opinion. I am the one who mentioned that. I know that other SU in other places get paid. I'm okay with getting honorarium, but if they give it to me, I will say no. This is my comment in that poll. And for other people, they did not mention about SU team in this current semester or Brian at all. You can check. Everyone can check. Everyone know it well. But if Brian don't know it well, I will capture and send to him by email so he can read it again. So this is about the poll that he mentioned is fake, and he mentioned that this is the problem, right? And after my poll was posted, one alumni post in the Facebook that I heard that SU team in the blanket, SU president requesting money, something like that. Akaret also commented, but it's not about SU team in this current semester. He comment about something return SU fee, and I saw that okay, problem might be occur in the future. So I comment the poll I post is not about someone will request money. You can read it. Everyone can read it. And I tag Brian McNo that, okay, our current SU president can answer or clarify it. But I know that his Facebook got hijacked and he did not announce that, okay, he can access or not. But he has a team. He has SU team. He has SU advisor, Apsana. They can answer for him or for SU directly, but no one answer. And after that, to be frankly, I know and I check, and this is not the secret. He should not mention that it is a secret or confidential, because if he know about student code of conduct and he read SU consultation well, he must know that every budget before endorsed by OSA must be present in GA meeting, or if not in GA meeting, SU team just announce to them in chat group or in the email list for voting. That's it. He must know this. Otherwise, it's about privileges. If he use SU name, is not confidential or is not a secret. And the PN budget document, normally SU will present in GA meeting the table about the money so everyone can see it. Not only GA members, because GA meeting minute will be sent to our students every semester. So it's not a secret. Everyone can go to check it, but cannot just use it for personal purpose. They can just go to see it and check it. It's not a secret. Every time we did this for transparency, it must be same or adjust something differently from GA meeting. He should understand this first. So his PN document is not secret or confidential, and every student, not only me, can know or can check from SU team or SU secretary, who is the one that responsible for budget document of SU before sending to OSA. And the problem is in Akarade's post that he mentioned there are false comments, fake comments, uninformed comments. Yes, it's uninformed information, and the post is about asking question, which is students' right. It's not about slandering, and he is in SU president responsibility. SU team also should answer our student concerns. It's not about personal issue. It's about student rights. is affect to all students, and we should be able to ask question in that SU Facebook group. Accredited did not mention, or me or other people did not mention that SU is getting paid. We just ask question. I think I no need to repeat or read that post again. I think you all know and read it already. I also ask question, but SU committees, they didn't know, or GA members, they didn't know that any PN document, some PN document did not be present in GA meeting, so they cannot answer. To SU committees when to answer in the poll, which is SU Sport Committee and SU Accommodation. They also didn't know or could not answer that. The answer about some PN document did not pass the GA approval. No one can answer it because the fact is no one know. Only Brian know and OSA know about it. And
so I'd like to respond at some point here.
I'm not yet finished explain about this. And yeah, he should know that it's not about the privacy or confidential. If he mentioned that it is secret or confidential, he is using privileges, he should mention to all SU team and GA. And yeah, only I think SU advisor know about this because he confirmed before he replied to me about SU cafe status, but I just being silent. I keep it as secret because I respect and am waiting for you to announce to our students and tell your committees, but you did not do it. So this is the problem, but I did not post anything or I did not spread the rumors in the public. I just keep it as my information. And you confirm to SU advisor before. And I think SU advisor already sent email and the poll, the result about, the fake poll to OSA also. And mention, and Brian also confirmed to SU advisor that he is doing or requesting this kind of budget, but not salary, not honorarium. I don't know the word. So it is the truth, it is the fact why he keep it as a secret and why he is slandering me that it is a fake poll, fake comment, and send the invitation email like that. And one more thing, you mentioned that we are using the word some people getting paid. No one used that because we know that the PN budget document is not yet approved. And I am the one who have no problem about if SU getting paid or get honorarium. I just ask opinion. You have to be clear and accept these opinions. Please stop distort information or spread rumor about this, about my opinions. And one more thing that I want to explain about who made the issue. I think it's not only me. I understand that the poll that I post, people read it and may spread the rumors, but you have to check it that I explain very well in that poll and in the alumni post. The problem is after Brian replied to me in SU Cafe status, I just asked about SU Cafe status and he complained me about no courtesy or something, and I accept that and I apologize to him. But he sent some messages related to transparency issue. From what I can understand, he mentioned that he will not clarify or tell other confidential information to GA members or other students, and about he is not sure that who's spreading the rumor about this. This information must be announced by SU administration. So I told a candidate that I think something wrong with the process or with the process in SU system and about the rumors and about the budget. that he is requesting. And on that day, 18 April, none of committees know about this from the people that I can reach out. I think 3 to 4 people, they didn't know. And in the accredited post, I just post the SU Cafe status email that I have problem about transparency from his reply, that he want to cover something, he want to make it be a secret. So I just asked, I want to get answer from other people, not only Brian. And I think it is about student rights. If we found that something wrong or about transparency problem is affect to community, not only me, is affect to all community, all students, SU constitution, OSA regulation, and AIT reputation, AIT procedures. And you are the one, Brian, you are the one who broke SU constitution, SU objective. And I think regulation for proposing budget, you are using privileges if you keep mentioning that it is a secret, it is confidential information. And yeah, that is just explanation, and I can answer if you have question. And one more question about this, about the document. The last question. This is the only one question that Myanmar people ask about. Did he get agreement from other SU committees for allowance that he wrote their name in the memo? So this is the only question that I have. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brian.
Yeah, so first of all, don't mischaracterize secrecy. You're mischaracterizing that word. What I asked for is that I have certain obligations to and certain ways to be able to do business as an executive, to share that information with OSA. And there are certain information that I do not have to share with the GA. And I can ask for separate monies from, this is what I want clarity from you, Camille. Do I have the right to be able to ask for other things outside of the budget that are not approved by GA? Because I've done that already, and I've already had that approved for part of the bamboo project. And there are many other instances, I'm sure, in the past. Not everything has to be asked for if it does not contain money that's actually from that budget. Is that correct?
Okay, so you want the answer now? Have you?
Yeah, I would like you to answer that question. Do I have the right to be able to ask for things, for money from OSA or from the administration without having to ask for the GA or getting approval from the GA? Do I have that right?
Yeah, I think these two are separate. So at the beginning of every semester, SU team, we plan the semester activities, and with the budget, it's as in within the budget that we have, we will approve in accordance, and then the process after that. So we approve the overall picture, the big pictures of all activities and amount of money, and then after that, the whole semester, when you demonstrate or when you do it in action, for example, you start the activities, you do all the PNs. Those PNs are the sub process under those budget that we approve. So basically, what PNs that come to my table or colors to ask for a signature, we normally sign, because we will support our student activities, and whatever you propose or what you create, we support, and then we pass it on, because we already look at the overall beginning of the plan, and we believe that every PNs that come to our table already passed the agreement of all SU committee and GA. And every time that we passing on this all the PNs to the finance department or to the administrative level, there will be a OSA staff who is responsible for SU team, and the staff, she been there for I think for so long as well. She will make sure that every PN pass committees and the GA. And then I found that later, I mean, on this issue, I found that maybe there's a loophole there. So for this PN, later that I know that, no one knows about it, or SU committee or GA, it was not sent to them to approve. So I asked the staff, did they know about this, or why did it, did not pass the GA? Because I've been, we've been signing all this for, more than 100 of the.
Can you answer my question, please? It was a simple question.
All the PN. So it's always, we know that it's already passed all the approval and agreement. So then we asked the staff, and the staff said, oh, I thought it's already passed GA and committee, or I assume that it's passed. So I found that with that answer, I think in the future, OSA or student welfare team who are responsible for SU should add one more step as well, which is an official or an authorized stamp, a real stamp on the PN for, saying that GA is approved this PN already. So that would be a safer step that we should add in the future to make sure that every PN passed all the agreements. So the PN and the GA budget, it's one story. What you're asking is, can you ask for funding or the money outside of SU budget? Yes, you can. There are many ways, of every, new committee, of every SU president, they have many ways to, gain more budget or raise funding. So, try to get money to work on their project or to help support. It's obviously that Brian also, approach to some faculties, some schools, and also administrative level to ask for funding, and that's fine. And he also got funding from CERT, and also got funding from administrative level for the bamboo project. And unfortunately, the bamboo project was canceled, and he returned that money to CERT and the administrative level. So in AIT, we are willing to support, if students come to us and then they ask, they want to do this and that, and can they get the support? If we have that support, we send it to them. So it happens, and then it's already happened. So that's a separate thing. So the budget with SU team, with the GA, that one thing, and then the way of, having, asking for some other budget, it's one thing. So yeah, you have the right to ask.
Can I finish? Yeah, can I finish that? Okay, so you were clear that I have the ability and the flexibility to be able to ask. So now comes actually the fact is that it was disclosed when it was being asked for, and it was being improperly disclosed with people's names on it as well too, by people in your administration, as well as people that were actually not authorized to actually pass that. And so as an institution, as an executive, which I am in this particular role here, that I should be able to, there should be a process, just like there's the same process. If you would have leaked information and that the president gave you, and then it caused, and then it was misinformed information. And then as well, it caused, because of the way that it was presented, and it wasn't approved. What would happen to you or anyone else in your administration? Something would probably happen to you because it was improperly disclosed. It shouldn't have been disclosed. And that's one. And then the second one is that it's not true. It may be true that many of the members were not aware of the PN that when I submitted that PN. However, I talked to members of OSA, 2 of them that are right here right now, in the very beginning of the semester about this. And I talked to many other people about this as well too. So this is not new news. It may be new that I actually formally presented a PN for that, but it's not new news that this has been discussed with OSA, or is it new news that it hasn't been discussed with actually committee members? Because it has. It actually has been discussed. And so if we want to actually pull out emails and conversations to actually verify that that this has actually been discussed, we can do that. We can definitely do that. But the thing is that the proper forum to actually discuss if there's an issue and if it's related to a budgetary decision and the GA is to actually come to OSA. And then it's also to bring that up in the GA. This has never even been approved. There was nothing that was approved. So I do have a right. I do feel that I have a right, because if I didn't have that right, then anyone who works under you could disclose any information they choose fit to any student they want, and they could do the same thing to the president of AIT. And so there is actually disclosure issues that are involved here. And so there's 3 separate issues here that actually should be addressed. And so please go ahead.
Yeah. Afshana, please.
Thank you, Ms. Kamil. For me, I want to give some opinions. As an like working long time in ASU, what I have learned that in some cases you have to use your sense too. What I can do, what I cannot do. Not only that, what I want to do, I do. So in my cases, it's like if Brian submit that PN without G approval, submitting PN is not a crime. So he can submit the PN, maybe because it takes 3 weeks, and it requires for approval 3 weeks it requires. So he can submit, and he should inform the committee that he has submitted for the salary, for other things, or he should submit the GA at least for the approval of his external activities. So it would be wise to inform the GA after immediately submitting the PN. And so that the GA has the right to approve it or not approve it. So if GA not approve, okay, the money, whatever they approved or not, it goes back to AIT. This is one thing. Another thing is that AIT ASU president has 2 types of funding. One like for the committees, and one he can reserve the fund. So from the reserve fund, he can spend some for like office management, for volunteers appreciation parties, t-shirts for the full committees or volunteers. Like there are few other activities for the ASU election. From the reserve fund he is spent normally, and the others are for the committees. So the thing is that from the Miss Camille, I heard that he can ask money from the administration or from OSA besides other things. So I really surprised with this opinion, Dr. Camille, because if like the money will come to Mr. Brian or Mr. ASU president. If it comes to ASU president, it must be approved by the GA members. It comes to Mr. Brian, that is the different issue. I don't want to talk about these things. So whatever the money is spent from ASU budget, it should be approved by the GA members, because at the end, Brian or Mr. ASU president, whoever the ASU president, they have to present every expenditure to the GA in the last meetings. So because of the transparency, all ASU president should have to pass the GA. And for the administration, I would like to say that you have the ASU secretary, Ms. G. So you don't have to assume that it passed to GA or not. You can directly ask to Kunjib that it passed or not, because he can get the information from the GA meeting minutes. So I think for every ASU budget, it should be passed from GA. And other thing, that if any ASU budget wants to expand to outside AIT for any advertisement of ASU or any advertisement of AIT, it must be passed by GA, because I surprised to see the PN when in the last open forum I heard for Myanmar refugee, we have the strict constitution about that 8.1 and 8.2. It must be passed from GA. And as a ASU president, I cannot do whatever I want to do. And Brian maybe doesn't know these things, and he has no he didn't ask me about also these things before, or maybe he was not much careful about these things. So if it doesn't approve in the GA, maybe it will not pass in the it will, I don't know about the administration decision or what is it. So like the things happening, we are talking about these things, about the budget, about the constitution. It should be discussed earlier, not now at this moment, because this is the end of the semesters, and it's really hard to come for any solutions or for any conclusions. But we can set a standard rules for the next issue, and we can say that follow the constitution. So if requires any constitution reformation or correction, it can happen. Thank you so much. That's my opinion and comment on this regards.
Yes. Okay. Abhirak, go ahead, please.
So firstly, even I was surprised about OSA clarification on the second question that he has the right. I'm not sure it's called as privilege or not, that he can ask anything, the budget which is outside, which might consider as his own business. It's fine. But if you consider the detail of that allowance, it is that Brian, who is currently the SU president, is asking for allowance for SU committee. So it's very difficult to deny that it is not for the SU budget, because it's totally for the SU community for 15% up to 90,000 baht. It's very difficult to deny that it's for the student budget, not for his own business or something. So if it is asked as the student president, it is in my opinion, it is the obligation for every student to know, because this position comes by election by majority of the student vote. And that controversial allowance is totally for the SU committee, not for something else, which is controversial right now. And if you see the poll in the Facebook, majority of the students are against something like this. So does it mean that the president is doing something against the majority of student opinions, which is not something to be done, because he is here to represent the student or the community opinion. Secondly, my question to SU president is that when you ask for this kind of budget using your name, no matter you use the name of SU president or not, but you're asking for SU committee, my first question is, did all the SU committee, once again, did all the SU committee, the 15 committee that you have put your name in that document, were informed earlier? Because up to my knowledge, at least 3 out of 15 were not informed at all. They have never been heard of this at all. So I wonder how their names are being used here without their consent. So this will be my first question. Secondly, this is in general. To the current situation, are all that 15 committees still here? Has anyone already resigned or not? That's the second question. Well, I would end up here first, so Brian can clarify these 2 points, then I will continue next question. Thank you.
Okay. I would like to clarify in the middle of the way. First of all, Bunari raise more point on this. Okay, first of all, I did not say that he can ask for money from, and then it's transfer for him. Okay, I said every SU committee or SU president, they can have their way, of doing or supporting their job or, doing their work. And then that money not go to him directly. So for example, when he went to ask the support for bamboo project, we have to separate this, not 90K, but this some other money for his activity. When he went to ask CERT, or when he went to ask the administrative level, OSA, we have no idea. But he went to ask, and then asking me if it's a wrong thing or if he should not have done that. I cannot say it's the wrong thing or it's a mistake or anything, because he can do that, to ask for support for the whole SU committee. So in a way, so then he got some money from CERT, but I don't think it's go to him directly. I think it's go to the SU committee for the common use or for support that bamboo project. And that bamboo project belong under the SU plan, SU activity plan at the beginning that we approved. So then he can, use the actual SU budget, and he, able to, find some other funding. That's what I'm meaning. He went to find some other fund for the whole group, not for himself. So that I would not say it's a mistake, or I say that he can do that. Okay, go ahead, Brian, go ask for money. We never done that. And, separate that question. So that one thing. And then the 90 case allowance, I think there will be some opinion on that more, but then to answer this one first, the 90K allowance, I think he can ask for it, but it doesn't mean that it will be approved. And allowance that he asks, basically he's not asking for himself, but he's asking for the whole SU committee, not for this current one. Maybe it can be the new change or the new approach for the next SU. Maybe it can be, but looking at the positive perspective, maybe from now, right now, I think Coco is one of the GA or member or something. She having a hard time, recruiting people to work for SU, for example. Maybe in the future, but not the current one because it's not approved. Maybe SU committee can get some money for working at the SU committee in the future, who knows? And but if you're not ready for that, or if you think that like your survey, we should not be paid and it's voluntary job, then it's fine. It can be voluntary job. But what he proposed is for maybe the new approach or new creativity that SU team thought of and they proposed, and we will not stop that. They can propose, but at the beginning we here to advise. Carla advised clearly, and then I advise. Carla say we never had this before. It might be it become a problem. Maybe students will against it. So the words allowance and salary is maybe not a good one to at the moment, because we haven't been having this kind of term. We advise that, but at the end, SU president and SU team still want to try to request or to propose for this amount of money. We pass it on. We did not stop them, because we're here to give advice and we're here to give a chance for all the new project, all the new creativity, all the new change that student team would like to have. And like I said, every time when it comes to my table or Carla table, meaning it's already passed the approval, or I respect that it's come from the team, because before this current one, all of them, it been smoothly. They passing through the process and everything, and then all the PN here that I would pass on to administrative level, approve, and everyone agree on that. So I also asked, like Afshana said, I asked Jip as secretary. Actually, I did not mention her name. I asked, is it, how come, when this case incident happened, I asked how come it did not pass the all the agreements or the GA committee. Jip told me that, I thought it passed and I assumed that it passed. So that's why I mentioned in the earlier step that, this is the loophole. When you thought and you assume that every student union committee are following the process, so you don't really check on it. So I told Jip, from now on, we will have a really, a stamp, an authority stamp from GA, on every PN before we passing on to administrative level that, it's already passed the agreement and everything, past the, a common agreement from the committee teams. So that one thing that we need to be improved, because, secretary also said that I thought it's approved. I assumed that it approved before. That's not the answer. So from that answer, I think that, we should add one more step from, we make sure that it passed GA. So that allowance, come back to that allowance. So we suggest already, maybe it's not the right timing, or maybe it's not a good work, or maybe student might against it. But at the end, SU committee, would like to request we pass it on. And it become, when we pass on, it's not our decision, our approval. It will become, administrative level, and they did not approve. It's not that they did not approve, that they say that, try to itemize it. What are these expenses that will be under this 90K? And then if it's reasonable, if it makes sense, if we have evidence, the receipts is right and everything is right to the finance, we can pay or something like that. So it's really a normal process. And, at this allowance, I would not say it's not a good thing and it a bad thing, or every change, every new start, it's a bad thing. Maybe it can be, like I said, in the future, maybe it will be a good, good convincing or a good benefit for other students in the future who would like to work Like for me, and as an example, when I was in Korea, I got elected as being a president of graduate school association. When I got elected, and later on, I got the money. I did not know that got paid before, and then I got money transfer, and I was asking what is it, and they say, oh, it's the money for the committee allowance or something. So what I did was I worked harder after I know that I got paid, for example. But maybe it's not the right timing. It's not for AAT practice, AAT culture. But in the future, maybe it can be a good start. That maybe. And then right now, administrative level, even though they did not approve this PN, maybe they're starting to think about it already. They talk about it in one of the meeting that should we have some money for them since they sacrifice and they're doing a good job, they doing a good work for AAT, for community, for example. But it doesn't mean it will pass. But he has the right to request for it. And before he requested, we already gave advice and suggestion, and the risks that will come and warning, and Kala mentioned it clearly. So that would be, I don't want to say it's explanation, but I think it's a way of administrating it, the way of compromising, the way of working the student and working administrative level. So we can propose and it not approved, then that's fine. And that's basically he asking for the whole team, so it can be maybe a new to think about for the future. But then if you still want it as voluntary job, it can be voluntary job. If in the future it can be paid, it can be paid. So I don't see anything wrong with this. I mean, we could try and we could request. And Kun Kala, do you have anything to say on this all the PN things? Hold on, sorry. Brian said that it's the disclose of the information. So normally PN, there's many of PNs. I asked the secretary, they say normally GA would see all the PNs and 6 SU committee would see all the PN. So it's possible that they have a right to see. And we talked with Kala as well. But then maybe not every PN that they see or they check. So maybe that's also the loophole. You check or you did not check, or is it really the PN that they, after the signing, would it be back to GA? That part I'm not so sure, or it will direct to us and then to finance, because that PN came to me and then I sent to the secretaries to let her know that, what is it that SUT need to be collect, or what's the final decision. But that I'm not sure if that called disclosed, or it can be sent to somewhere else. Maybe Kala can clarify on that. Would it be okay to anyone see PN, or after the sign PN it go through where to GA, back to GA, or back to committee, or it go direct to finance? So that maybe you can explain later. Kala, please go ahead before other student would like to share comments.
Yeah, okay. So for these PNs, that's the thing there. There should be checks, because all the PNs which pass, through us, it is like what Kun Camille said. It's assumed that it passed through the GA, right? And then after we check, it's checked for the budget. And before it goes to up, it goes to the admin upstairs, for the approval. It passes again through the finance. So if they have some questions, then they'll ask additional memo or additional clarification, additional details. So that's why sometimes it's even taking so long, it's a bit cumbersome. And then it goes up, like it's like that. The process is like that. But all PNs, as what Camille said, I think for the next, be guidelines on how to stamp. Should it be digital, or so there will be records and everybody can see if you want all the GA to see, or things like that. So that's how the PNs are processed. It's based on the budgets submitted and approved.
Okay, so there are more things that I would like to address here. So I think I understand the curiosities and everything, but one thing that I would like to mention, maybe you should trust and respect the process and the system of AIT. It's not easy to get money or to steal the money or to use money for their own benefit. Finance will they have all the process. So we also cannot get any money easily. So please trust and respect the system and AIT. AIT been here for so long, student comes and goes, but these people, for example, in Kala, 20 years, since 20 years, 30 years, 10 years, they know how to protect the institute, and then they know what they're doing. They will not let, anything, go wrongs or anyone corrupt, and that's affect themselves as well. So I think we should give each other more trust and respect on this as well. And like I said, there are process on that, and I don't think we should not worry. And the thing is, we should be more respect to follow all the process, which is SU budget need to pass all committees and GA approval, and they in the same agreement before coming to us, and then we pass on to that level. So again, secretaries have to be, side by side to the new president, tell them, emphasize them what exactly they need to do, what step that they cannot be missed, or they cannot missing any important step before, releasing any PNs or any document related. That's one. And the second thing is we will add that official stamp from GA on every PN to make sure that it passed PN. So we not assume anymore that it has been passed. Okay, that's I think I found the two things that we need to improve here. And yes, who raised the hand first? I'm not sure. Kunali, please go ahead.
I have question that to OSA that do you know about the PN budget, how to call it in English? Yeah, that the PN budget that having issue now, that is passed from GA or not? Do you know about it?
Like we said, we assume that every document that comes to our table from secretary, from OSA staff who work for SU, she has been checked that it's passed everything, and that's why she come for our signature. So we also we assume that it's passed. So, but then yesterday after incident happened, we went to ask the secretary, the staff, and she said that she thought it passed and she assumed that it's passed. So that's why I mentioned this. From what she answered, I found that this is the loophole. In the future, she should not assume, or she should not say that I thought it passed. There should be a formal stamp from the GA on every PN that it's passed the committee approval and GA approval before sending to us, pass on to administrative level. Yes.
Excuse me, Dr. Kamon Kanok. I think this is false information, because I think everyone know that this PN budget is not passed the GA, and SU secretary and SU advisor also mentioned it clearly that this budget is not passed the GA yet, and I think you should get the mention from SU secretary that is not passed the GA. And also from Asna email, she mentioned something. I think OSA know that it's not passed the GA. So it's we all trust the process, but we got information that this PN is not passed the GA, and everyone except Brian and some people, they didn't know about this. So I think it's the right thing that we can raise concern. And please make sure that please be clear that everyone are trusting the process of AIT, OSA, and SU. But if some people they break the rules, or we see something wrong, is this our right to raise concern for the community? And I think we got different information and messages. I think everyone know that it's not passed the GA. And another question to Brian, that do you know that if you use the SU name, if you propose SU budget, if SU committee propose SU budget, it must pass the GA meeting first. Do you know it, or you know it and just ignore?
Okay, let me answer that first. I would like to emphasize again that
I asked Brian, ma'am.
Yeah, your first question you asked OSA and you asked me the first question. Okay, to answer that, I will say that again. We assume and we all think that all the PNs that are on the table is not only one. It's like in the file, everything is go through the process because we trust that, the staff of us that working with SU, she will, process it. And then that's why we asked her, what's up with this PN? Did it really pass the GA and committee before? And she said, I assume and I thought it was passed. So meaning we have no idea that it's not passing in the process. So we don't know. And then all the paper we sign and then pass it on. It's like become this. We don't know which, okay, this one passed, this one not passed. We did not keep doing that because it's a lot of, documents. And then we assume, that's what I told you. Maybe in the future, we will not assume anymore. The secretary, the staff of OSA that work with SQ, we have to really know that every PN that, pass GA and their permission or their agreement. So we will do an official stamp on the PN from GA. So every time when they say pass, they will stamp it and then they pass to us and then we sign before, because, otherwise this thing will happen that you thought that we know that it's not passing. We thought that other person, pass the agreement and we respect or, propose any PN from SU. As I say, PN is just some of the sub process. We already approved the big picture. So we assume that all the PNs that come from that big picture that we approved for the budget, it in accordance with that plan, right? So we sign everything and pass it on. So we don't know that, suddenly there's a change that you don't pass or there's adding one. And yeah, that's why we make sure that next time we will put the stamp on it and then it will not be, assuming assumption. Brian, go ahead and answer the question.
Excuse me, before Ryan, I would like to say something, Ms. Camille.
Yes.
In line with your comment, like we have SU treasurer. So if you want to have documentation, SU treasurer has certain roles. So when any PN or any other things pass to OSA for the signature, so SU treasurer should have all the committee's approval activities and the amount of money they requested. So SU treasurer can sign that form with the SU president. It's already written in the constitution. So it will be like more clearer that, okay, the work has been passed to GA. So there will be both sides. And SU treasurer will be, in that sense, SU treasurer will be empowered too.
Okay. Apart from that, GA stamp and then treasurer should, sign the PN.
Yes. It's already written in the constitution with the president.
Yeah. So it's in the constitution. So meaning we didn't really follow it, right? So, please be more careful on this. Put it in the minute, please, so the one who worked directly with SU can be more careful on this. Kun Brian, answer the question, please.
Please repeat the question. I have a comment.
Do you know that the budget proposed by SU committee or with SU committee name must be approved by GA first, or you know it and you just ignore?
Yeah, I know that things that are in the SU committee are supposed to be presented to the GA. I do know that, and I did not ignore that. I asked actually for one from the president, and I'm unaware that I have to ask for everything that I asked for has to be passed by the GA, because I've previously asked for other things and they were approved. I've never heard anything about that from OSA. I've never received any advice that I did need to be able to do that, specifically with regards to those. And, I want to make a comment as well too. I think I agree with Coonery. I think it's disingenuous to say that you, Ms. Camille, or Ms. Carla actually expect that this had been passed before, because we all of us know that's not true. And so I don't think that's very transparent here. I agree that actually, there should be a more clear process, but that in fact is not true. And so, if we really want to get down to brass tacks, if we're gonna open up everything for disclosure, then let's do that, because we can talk about a lot of things actually that were said by other members here of OSA on how to handle this particular issue, when it was actually brought up, who it was actually disclosed to, who it wasn't disclosed to, who made what approvals, who decided what. We can all have that conversation if you want to have that conversation. Please just don't be disingenuous here and put that on the SU president here, because that's disrespectful to me and to the office. And I've been very transparent with what I'm supposed to be transparent about. And there are some things that I haven't disclosed, and there's reasons why I haven't disclosed those. And I thought those were in the best interest. And I can ask for things. I do have the right. It's already been clarified that I do have the right to ask for things without GA approval. And that was one of the things that I thought that was possible to be able to do that. And there was differing opinions and differing advice that I received from OSA on how I should actually respond to that as well too previously. But I'm not going to get into that at this moment. So, but I'm definitely going to be that transparent.
Carla, I have some comments on this, the process and everything of the, maybe, students were not clear on the process and everything when they ask for PNs and they're missing some step, and also, yeah. Any more clarification or explanation?
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, I think this is a learning thing for us at this time. Okay, so we can also even make a guidebook for processing, all about the financials for the SU. That's when the new team, because every 6 months there's a turnover, and then so everybody will be clear how to process everything. Although it's also in the constitution, but I think a simpler step, 1, 2, 3. Then who are the signatories? Who can request? Okay, and if there are special requests, who can allow it, or how should it be processed, or things like that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Abhirak and Akarit. After that, I will give my comments.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, I will proceed. So from now till I have listened from both OSA and SU president, there are at least 3 points which are quite contrasting, which need to be clarified now, since it have to be included in the meeting minutes. Else, it will be confusion to all the students. I'm not going to ask or blaming anyone. I just ask for clarification. Okay. So initially, OSA said that it must be passed to the GA meeting approval first, because you assume that whatever comes to your office has already passed GA, right? But I still feel that for some of the document, for some of the budget, it doesn't have to pass GA. So we have to make a clear point now whether if we ask budget in the name of SU president, should it be past GA approval or not? And second point is about asking in the personal name. So this point has to be clear out first. Else, Brian, you keep on claiming that he can still ask the additional budget when he is the SU president. So I want you all to clear this point and set the standard first.
I don't think he can ask for his own name, but I think he asked for the whole SU team to be used, or the use of the SU team. Is that right, in Kala? There's no PN that come from one people name, or is it possible?
Yeah, as SU.
Right.
Yes, I also agree with OSA. So please, Brian, please acknowledge that whenever you are asking in the name of SU president, please make sure that it already passed the GA meeting approval. This is the first point that I want to mention to avoid any further controversial issue. So we can clear out everything now. So I'm doing here as the GA member for the benefit of entire AT student. So my next question is, did he just violate the SU constitution already? Because according to the constitution, it must be approved by the GA meeting first, only then he can proceed with this asking from the OSA. It is written in the SU constitution, and he has at least SU advisor to be asked, or if he don't know, he should have asked the concerned authority, because it has already been in this process since so many years, but this problem has never happened. So I don't know how this loophole happened. If he would have asked before doing, it might not happen this problem. And in the open forum that he clarified, he said with confidence that he has the right to ask for any additional budget without having to pass the TA meeting. So let's confirm it now, whether he have this right or not as the SU president, first case, and second case as the personal name. This is the first point that we need to clear out now. Whether
Kala, please answer the second question from Nakula.
You mean, yeah, he can, he can request, but it would be subject to approval or disapproval. We can
Yes.
advise him that he cannot, do it as it passed through the GA or not. But yeah, as what Camille also said, like from SU side, like what are the projects that you want to do? So you can, you can request.
So it is confirmed that if it is request as the SU president or request for the SU committee or activities, it should be past GA meeting first, approval first, right?
That's incorrect. You're putting two things together. That's incorrect. Please state one question at a time because.
Well, the question is.
I didn't ask for a budget. I just want to say that I didn't ask.
You asked for allowance of up to.
I didn't ask for money that actually should be approved in a budget. I didn't ask for monies that would be approved for a budget. That was already in our budget. I didn't ask for that. So there's a completely separate question. It's not the same as including SU committees, because then that would, if there's anything that comes from the SU committees, generally speaking, then yes, I would have to ask and get approval from the GA. But that's not what I asked for. And that's what I've clearly stated several times. And so please don't mix these two up. It's very confusing when you mix them up.
Well, based on the controversial allowance, up to 90,000 baht were asked by you for the SU committee. So everything is related to the SU. So that's why I have to confirm here that for you to ask that 90,000 allowance for 15 SU committee, did it have to pass the GA meeting?
No, actually, I don't believe it does. The reason why I'm saying that, the reason why I said it was because it wasn't part of your budget. There was a budget that was approved for SU expenses. There's a budget that was approved, and that specific money should be spent and needs to be approved by the GA. I can ask for, what I've said is that I can ask for additional monies from the administration for other expenses, even if it's related to the committee. I can ask for anything that's already not approved.
Are you sure that you're not violating the SU
Constitution? I believe that I have that right. And so that's different than having it actually go to you. I didn't violate the Constitution.
Okay.
I would like OSA to set this standard. Thank you.
Kala, please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So that you're talking about the 90,000, or if he can ask, yeah. Yeah, actually, at the start, yeah, he was mentioning about that, yeah, even before. And we say that, committees have their own budgets. Committees have their own budgets. So it should be, if it's included in the, in the whole budget picture, then, it can be requested, but it does not mean that it does not mean that it will be approved. Yeah. I'm just here together with what Kun Camille has said. Like, it can be requested, but it's not necessary that it will be approved.
Okay, well, for now, you haven't confirmed my point that is it possible? The question is, if it's possible for the SU president using his name as the SU president to ask for up to 90,000 allowance for his SU committee 15% without passing the GA committee, without passing the GA approval. That is the question. I want to confirm because it will be included in the meeting minute. is it possible for the SU president to use his name and position to ask for up to 90,000 baht allowance from the OSA and or whoever concerned authority for up to 90,000 for the SU committee, entirely SU committee who work for the student without passing the GA meeting approval? This is the question. Thank you.
Excuse me, I would like to help rephrase the question. I think to make it as a framework, whether the budget, whether it's what item in the budget in the PN it is, I think it's we have to check whether the budget will come out of whom, which account, SU budget, OSA budget, AIT budget, whose budget. But I understood that he can request for any additional money from elsewhere, which is different account from SU budget or SU account. So maybe the only question is this PN requesting the money out of SU budget? And if it's requesting from out of SU budget, the process of this PN has to pass GA before submitting or not. And I guess we already agree that if it's a SU budget concern account, it has to pass GA, but we just need a confirmation very, very clear.
Tala, does it
Arlene,
pass?
yes.
Yeah.
Arlene?
Arlene, is raising her hand.
Kun Tala,
Yeah, Arlene.
Yeah, I just would like to add a little point earlier on, like, for example, the things that Brian cited. Like, for example, if you are proposing a new budget that was not included in the first GA, the remedy for that is you could have called an emergency GA, which can be done, like, you can actually call for several emergency GAs to have like an inserted plans, just in case you were not able to include it in the first plan. So that's a more or less legal way of inserting or deleting some of your proposed activities at the beginning of the semester. And you mentioned also that you were not informed of the things that you need to do before you resumed your position as the SU president. But generally, the practice of SU is that you have to work with the current SU president for 2 to 3 weeks in order for you to experience the work of the SU president. And simultaneously, he will be telling you the things that you need to do and the things that you should not be doing, as well as the things that you need to coordinate with Kunjib as well, so that you will have a general grasp of what are the things that you need to be fulfilling while you will be in the position as SU president. So since you know these particular roles already, I hope that you will be mentoring as well the next SU president, so that they will not be doing another kind of mistake or doing like loopholes again, like the things that you have mentioned in your current term. That's it. Thank you for my side. I'm speaking on behalf of my experience working for the SU Student Union, because I've worked for almost 4 years with SU as either a committee member or as like the interim student union interim student representative. So that's why I have a little bit of knowledge on how the process should go within the student union.
Arlene, you were GA speaker too.
Oh yes, yeah. Thank you, Apsana. Yes.
Yes, and that support what we mentioned earlier as one of the solution. We should have a training and orientation and all the process, and the people who represent, who helping SU, and the staff from OSA who helping SU should be side by side with the new president as well. Kun Kala, would you mind answering Kun Apirak question again? Tenzin, go ahead.
Okay, I listened to both, and let me make it very clear three things with the conversation discussion we are having here. Number one, I think as you have their own budget, yeah, that is any money you are requesting from the SU budget should be through normal process, and this has been doing many years. So that is coming from budget, then process to be followed. Now, there could be other one that SU, not only SU president, whole committee can request separate on the contingency base. Those are not on the budget. Yeah, that they can request with their own team. But then approval is subject to the approvals, where the committee might, when the process come up, they might not approve because that is not on the budget or no money. But anything SU comes from the budget, that I think normal process follow, like SA general approval or treasurer understand with the treasurer signatures. No? And the third one is very interesting because something happened to some country and SU really play important role. I know last many years SU team organized separate fundraising, and then that fundraising that should not be individual organizing or not with 3-4 teams. It should be the country representative. Example, I remember there's a Philippine in last 5 years back, a lot of flood happened, many things happened there. Suddenly SU team, they come up with the local, the student union Philippine chapter and organize fundraising. Same thing in some other countries. That fundraising is okay because then also this team also share all the detail of what kind of fund you receive. Internally with the students union, you share with all the members who donated. That's okay. No, so these three things I want to make it clear. No, any contingency extra amount you can request, but I don't think if there's a fund and there's special approval, but this should be come through the SU committee members 15, 16 with the SU president with a justification. Because we want to have a go to Phuket, give us 10 million, but that's not reasonable. So you have to come with a justification. If it's budget, you already have budget, and using that budget, you follow your normal process. That's clear. I think I answered the APIRA part very clear on that part.
Well,
so I think every individual, you all are not experienced and you all are going through learning process, and also it's very good you also give and there should be also a check and balance, and I'm happy with you that Apira Canary, you come with a good question, and Brian also answered that his justification. That's a very democratic way to look forward. If there's a mistake, we should accept the mistake and we fix it and make it better. At the end, we want AIT to make it better. That's I think Kunari, Apira, and then Akarat, you would like to see in that direction. And we also want to see that direction. If you don't make a mistake, and the people are not working. If there's a mistake, people are working. That's why mistakes happen. So if it's a mistake, we apologize each other's, whoever is the mistake, and move forward, make it better, and make sure that everyone clear with the justification, the request, and also with a clear plan or whatever should be clear to make sure that all students are aware of it, all students are known of it, and all students exactly knows where the money is going. It's a money matter because every individual has the right to know, and that's very important. All of you, I'm happy about you that you have discussed each other and with the open-minded and with the tolerance. I'm very, very happy. You come with a very, very nice question and good discussion. So I have given you my 3 points. So I hope I've answered you some of your questions. And I think Kamel already answered you. So I just support that together with the Carla and Kamel on this matter. Okay, so next, what is the next topic? Any?
Pirak, you still raising your hand?
Pirak, you want to ask something?
I think he was.
Yes. Well, sorry, I just could unmute my mic. So, according to Dr. Tenzin, as per my understanding, if he asks additionally, specifically for the entire community benefit on find some approval for some extent, because it to pass the DA, it might have some obstacle or something like that. I'm not sure, but yeah, if he do for the entire community or at least specific group like Myanmar, refugee, Afghanistan, that he just give example, who will have objection? I don't think so. But when it's controversial because he's doing privately and also he asking 90,000 for SU allowance, this specific issue. That's why it was so concerned, because none of the committee were, at least 3 of the committee were not informed that their name are going to be used for this 90,000 allowance. This is why it's controversial. If he used for Myanmar refugee, he used for Afghanistan refugee. Everyone would happy and appreciate if there is transparency. That's why it's come to the problem today and need clarification. That would be my opinion.
Yeah, I'm trying to reflect on your question. Let me think. I think, like Tenzin said, he can, and then like Hala and I mentioned, SU president can request, if as long as it's for the SU team use or for the communities. I think the problem was that PN, it includes two different things in the same PN. So that PN having something from SU budget and asking for something out of SU budget as well, but it happened to be in the same PN. I think that was a problem. Maybe the secretary should make the PN clearer, because there are two amounts with different budget account. I think that are from two different accounts, like the SU budget itself, and then another an extra budget will not be from SU budget, but it's big in the same PN. I think that's the problem, I think. So for example, if he would like to ask for normal, that's, I don't remember what the amount, 62,000 in the PN, that would be fine, and then it has to be part GA. But in the same PN, there's something mentioned about 90K, right? And then I think that should be separate request. Maybe he will request, and then like Carla said, the request doesn't mean it will be approved. So he can request, and then we don't approve it. And to ask for the rules, yeah, maybe everything that SU president do, or president ask, or have the concern, or have create, it should have been passed at least the all the agreement within SU committee themselves first. If it's really from the SU budget, yes, it should have passed the GA. But if it's some other things that they would like to create, they would like to, like Tenzin mentioned, make a fundraising or asking for support, it should become, come from the whole committee. But yeah, that's my later response. But at the beginning, when he already in the work process, no one telling him this, I think. So he thought that, whatever he come up, and then he talked to several people, maybe not the whole committee, and then everyone did not agree against it, or they, sort of agree, so he can try to propose, so then he did it. So I think that's come back to the, a more careful process. And then Arlene mentioned that he can call for an urgent GA real quick, for example, for approve for the new change or the new adding request. That would become more option that he could thought of. But then no one really emphasizing on that he should do this and that and pass the whole process to this and that. And then this is also my comment later after I thought of it. Maybe and then actually we assume that whatever that comes to the table is already past the general agreement from the whole committee. But then since you mentioned that there are some of the committee did not know about this, if you're talking about it now and then follow the constitution, maybe yes, it's not the right thing to follow, that you not pass all the agreements. But if it's come to in on site or in the process of when he's working, maybe he was thinking that it doesn't really necessarily to have all 18 opinions or agreements on every project or every request that he would like to do it for SU committee.
I'll speak to that. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's just my opinion to reflect on your questions. Khun Nakrade, go ahead, please.
I think we already on the same page about the process of the PN, but I want to ask, what will happen to this PN right now?
The PN is already not approved, so it's not approved.
So it's not approved, and
it's not approved.
should like
The
the entire budget. Oh, okay. So that's only the budget concerned to the student budget.
Yeah, the 90,000 that been asking for additional, not the one that in the actual PN, but
is it because of the student against, because of the poll and the student are against the budget, or it's just
it was not approved before every of this happened.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
ครับโอเคครับ
yes, and actually, just to telling the truth, AIT is not that rich, and then we cannot we have to really think about it if we want to approve this amount, because if we approve, then meaning we have to pay consecutively for all the future to be fair for all the SU team as well. So that's why they were not approved, and then we also don't have that much budget. Maybe we could start to think about it. Maybe there are some here and there to give out for their work for SU in the future, but maybe that's not if student not supporting on this or don't agree. So yeah, that like I mentioned. When accredited, anything else?
I would like just put on the record. I did not against the SU allowance. ครับ I have one more thing to say, but I already forgot what I want to say. Sorry.
Think about it and then you say later. Kunali, go ahead.
I have comments and question. Like, it's not difficult. It's very easy to inform committees because every semester we will have chat group, and I think this semester they have chat group, even email. They can just send email to inform their committees that okay, we will request this kind of budget, and inform GA is very easy since we are Institute of Technology. I think all IT students, more than 50%, we are nerdy. We know how to use technology, how to communicate very quickly by using chat group or chat application. It's very easy to inform. I think there is no excuse or the message that you mentioned that it's difficult to ask 15 or 20 people to approve or confirm about this. I think it is very easy to communicate with the team. Otherwise, it's about working skills problem. And I think there is no excuse because Brian, every time he mentioned that he is professional, and he mentioned other people that they are not unprofessional. I think there is no excuse. Just send message that okay, we will request this kind of budget. It's very easy. I think Brian, you should accept this kind of opinions or suggestion. We are the one that I am the one that not against, and I agree about okay, we can get paid if everyone happy and agree. You can check in the poll. And one more thing about privileges. If you mention that SU president, only SU president can request a budget from AT administration or other administration, I understand, but it should be for SU purpose. And one thing, fundraising activity, Brian, you did not announce in the SU Facebook group or in the email. It's only in your personal Facebook. So we cannot accept that it is SU activities. So it's not good for your SU team. It's not good for AIT community. If you want to make it properly, you should announce it in the email and in the Facebook group clearly. And you are requesting, I think, a lot of money for in the PN for mass or trips for your personal purpose, your personal transportation and something about 60,000. And from the last semester, OSA, Dr. Kamon Kanok mentioned that we have not much money. So this is my concerns that how much or how many or how much that AIT will release money to other students, for example, SU president or other students that want to do voluntary work. How much that AIT will release money to them if they not pass the SU constitution or SU normal process. So this is my concerns. If you announce it like this, every student can ask for budget. For example, Sustainability Cup can ask for budget from AIT administration directly. I think students will ask about this.
Yes, I understand. And we did not announce that anyone can ask for any money or everyone should ask.
Excuse me, because Brian, he said in the open forum, and Brian, you should check it that what you said can cause other problems and student concerns. You should be careful about this. And I think OSA should know about this kind of issue also.
You brought up
Mr.
plenty of
Brian.
issues. Yes. So, and you know, it's very easy to be critical of other people's jobs. That's not hard to do. And I've never said that I've been perfect here. And so with regards to actually disclosing that information about going to Mesa trip is that when I posted it on my Facebook, hours later, my Facebook was hacked. So I had no control over my Facebook after that. And students were repeatedly getting spammed from my Facebook. And so when I'm doing when the SU group is doing a fundraising trip to support refugees, which is also part of the very beginning of what I said that I would do in this administration, was to try to support people outside of students. And so I made that very clear, you know, before I became president. I've made it very clear why I've been president. I've actually as well before tried to raise, you know, actually got approval to be able to raise funding for a different group, for the Slum Child Foundation here, because we had went and talked, some of us had went and talked to the Slum Child Foundation before. And so, and I went and talked with OSA about this for a couple of weeks to be able to get approval to be able to do that. And so I don't believe that I need to ask the GA to go to the bathroom. And so there are certain limitations there are certain things that I need to ask the GA for. And I've done, I believe, everything that I'm supposed to do. And I've asked for information from others, and I've consulted OSA on many, many occasions on many of these different factors here. And with regards to me not posting it again afterwards, I was busy getting attacked online after information that was improperly disclosed for a PN that wasn't even approved, and by you and by several other people here. And so I thought my best judgment, because my Facebook was still exposed, that I didn't want to do that. I did not want to actually admit the fundraising campaign was going on to other students, because it would create additional conflicts that I was not prepared to. I didn't know what the right way it was to answer that and to handle that. And I'd already actually talked with OSA about previous taking a trip up to support these refugees. And so, you know, we do have some flexibility. I don't have to ask you to do every single thing that I want to do. I don't have to ask, and I can ask for particular and small amounts of money from other groups to be able to do that. And because, you know, in all honesty, I'd like to look at, see what these other GAs have done, and actually what the GAs have even done at all to support anything beyond students, beyond their limited budget, beyond their limited time and scope. The GA, in all honesty, can't even show up on time. We have quorums because people don't show up. We have quorums because people, we spent an hour or 2 hours just waiting because you guys wouldn't even elect yourselves for positions. The reason why we're waiting for a presidency, a new presidency, is because the GA didn't want to do their job and their responsibilities. So yeah, if you're talking about professionalism, there's a lot of professionalism that needs improvement here. Certainly I need some in this job. This is a very, very difficult job, very, very difficult job. But the GA doesn't even handle their basic responsibilities very well at all. And so I do take a little bit of an issue, you know, with constant criticism, because I haven't heard through this whole conversation, through all these things online, other than a couple things that Joe has said, I haven't heard one positive thing said, not one positive thing from any of you that's actually transpired here during this semester. This SU is actually done. And finally, with regards to the committees, if we want to sit there and go down there, like I said already, we can talk about, you know, what has been said to different committee members, when it's been said. I've already explained to you that I did not in this last PN, because I did not believe that I had to actually go to the GA to be able to do this. And I had to rewrite that PN numerous times at the request of Jib. She's the one who actually requested that I combine those two. It was her. And so it was their advice. So it wasn't my mistake. I haven't misclarified anything. I've been totally honest about this. I just haven't disclosed absolutely everything about every little conversation that's been had. But if that's the route we want to go down and people just want to pick and choose what they want, then we can have a bigger open forum about that, because I've been honest about this and very consistent.
Yes. Yeah, from so far and until now, I've got some couple points that I would like to mention. Actually, we are, meaning and building good things for AIT, and then we try to do, to make it transparency, to make it clear, and to make it, more, meaningful and correct for the whole process. But here, like I mentioned, maybe, there are steps that missing, or, some of the process of the work are not 100%, follow the usual process or the normal process, some of them, we have a different, opinions that maybe this thing do not need to follow the process or to pass the whole thing because it's outside here and there. So there are, many different understanding. So again, I think that should really be in place, the training and the orientation and all, reading the constitute carefully and follow it strictly. But like Brian said, there should be some flexibility, which is, yes, we always having flexibility for SU student, we, pass on their requests and everything, but on the basis that we believe that all the requests pass all the, mutual or common agreement from the whole team. So I think it's really important to working as a team, and then all the team members are aligned and then in accordance, together with same direction. So maybe that some of the communication lacking here and there in the SU, but then I don't blame anyone here, because every team have a different method of working. Maybe this team can talk together and get together all the time. This team might not, and then maybe you believe in that one things, and then not believing that you have to basically follow this and that. So I think there's many different opinions, but as long as we have the same willing, which is meaning good to AIT, I don't think that any problem not shall not become a big problem. So for example, all of this, if maybe SU team go back and talk to each other and try to see what went wrong and what skip the process, and then you talk and then we discuss and then we make it better next time. This should not be happen, but so far I think we whenever we have problem, maybe we post it online, we put here and there your thoughts, and then in sometimes immediate social online comments and announcing maybe might not be necessarily immediately every time. Maybe you can talk internally first in your groups, and then figuring things and then solving first, so it will not become the main issue. It's not really a big issue. Like I said, no one can really corrupt here, no one can really asking for their own benefits anyway, but the way of the communication back and forward, and then sometimes with the harsh word and everything, so it becomes a big story, and you use the socials, and then those things make things a little more unnecessary bigger. So everyone have the rights, right, you say, but the right come with responsibility. So those responsibility is we get back together and talk, and Brian only have how many days left to end this term of the SU committee team. Maybe you all should, the team should all go back together and make the rest of the term better, and whatever that have been done wrong, maybe lesson learned, you should not do that again, and then please make sure that all the steps are not missing. From my side, we have to tell my staff as well, you have to be really side by side and cannot assume that everyone knows the rules, and everyone every decision is you have to be really there with them to direct them, and then to tell them in advance, and then from now it has to be more strict. Some of the loophole that we already mentioned has been raised, and then we also raise a solution for that. So I think, yeah, anyone else would like to have a comment? Yeah, Akira, go ahead, please.
Well, till now, as far as I listen from Brian, he still believes that he still has a right to ask for personal fund from additional budget, whatever. So if that's true, go
He did
ahead.
not ask for personal funds. Don't mischaracterize.
Sorry, for the whole
Please.
committee fund without passing the GA meeting approval, right? You keep on insisting that you still have the right to ask for any additional budget, maybe for the entire AAT community, but without having to pass the GA meeting approval, isn't it? I need to confirm on this point first, then I will move next. Do you have to pass GA approval? That is the question. Whatever budget you're asking as the SU president.
No, well, actually,
No, right?
clarify what actually the process was, and if you're going to change it, that's different. That's different than what it is. I think it's already been clear that I have the right to be able to ask for things outside of the budget if it does not contain that budget. That's already been established. So asking that if there's a new policy, there's no written new policy. That is the policy that has been going on and has been going on until now. Unless there's something different that changes, that's already been clarified. So please don't confuse the two. And then
so
second,
it means that if anything beyond the SU activity, something is not considered.
I have 3 weeks left.
Budget, right?
I will not be making any other requests.
Okay, it's fine. If you don't want to answer the question or anything, I will just say that the Article 8 for student representative for special external function is that the selection of a student representative to any external function other than what is explicitly contained in this consideration should be approved by the GA, General Assembly, as nominated by SU committee if applicable. And the function and responsibility of such student representatives shouldn't be determined by General Assembly. So if even you're asking for any budget which is outside the SU activity or something, there shouldn't be approval by the committee. That would be just a suggestion that you can take to consideration. I will not judge now whether you are doing right or wrong. I will consider the meeting minute that will come out. That's all to be clarified to the student. And secondly, regarding what Kun Kamil has said that, okay, for exercising our right, whether we're online platform or anything, we should be responsible for that rights exercising as well, right, as a student. So I agree with that too. And well, I would suggest to the SU team that we should at least try to learn from the nearby university who has the largest reputation for democracy and human rights, which is Thammasat University. So on-site and online survey is a very basic approach that the students do to exercise their rights. So you can even go to the court and ask, this is the basic thing that you can even consult from the Thammasat University as well if you want to know the student rights. So, and also normally it is the SU committee who have to do the survey online, on-site, whatsoever. Till now, we haven't received adequate of that. So that reflect the very poor, inefficient, bottom-up approach that the SU might have failed or didn't effectively handle some student issue. For example, SU president has asked for allowance for up to 90,000 using his position for the SU committee. So after that, you have using the excuse of Afghanis refugee, Myanmar refugee, etc., that you haven't included in the GM meeting. Well, my point that I want to make out is, if you're really concerned for the entire ALT community, why don't you ask that 90,000 for something else instead, which should benefit the entire community, not just 15 SU community, such as the subsidization for poor internet, such as the subsidization for ATK test kit, where they have to go for field work for academic purpose. If I were you, if I'm going to really do for the students, I would have asked for something else, not the SU committee, why the students are suffering with their budget. Next point is, well, I have confirmed it with the SU secretary just now that you can have the special GA meeting as well if you want to ask for any budget besides what have been requested prior. You can call for the special GA meeting. Like if you're concerned for the Myanmar refugee, for the Afghani refugee, you can propose the budget separately and ask for the special GA meeting. That is possible and has been done in the past. as and following the SU constitution, not just ask directly without without approval from the GA meeting first. That is something that should have been done as the SU president asking for some kind of budget. These are the key points that I would like to make.
Yeah, I agree with Afirak recommends opinions and recommendation as well. But you know what? This whole thing should be you know, SU team and GA and, you know, talking to each other and suggesting to each other, you know, debating, and, you know, this should happen in between your group, actually, not here. It's really should happen beforehand. I mean, you know, you should talk all out within SU teams and then with GA as well, you know. And this, if Apirak, you know, mentioned this before, maybe you would thought of, yeah, okay, we'll do this instead, or we do that. So, you know, things could have, you know, came out better. But, you know, the lack of communication between your, you know, this group of SU, also one of the point that I would like to also address or suggest here as well. It would not, that's why Kala mentioned earlier, she did not really, you know, responsively, you know, spontaneously respond to all the emails, because it has been practiced that all the students, you know, you settle down between, you know, each other first, you talk it out between SU. Sometimes they got into fight, but then, you know, they end it, and then they, you know, they come up with, okay, like, you know, every other people opinions, and then maybe you could have done a better job. And then that's what just my, you know, suggestion. But things here is, of course, there's mistake here and there. You should have, you know, talked to each other beforehand, or, you know, you did not talk and then you talk it out later or something. Mistake here and there. The thing is, maybe it's not a mistake. Maybe things that we should, I mean, could have done better. Those are the things that maybe we just, you know, admit and say, yes, maybe I should done this beforehand, or maybe I should have, you know, go ahead and then did that and this before. Maybe, you know, if we admitted it, and then in the future, after we admit in the future, we will not repeat the same mistake. I think that's the really lesson behind of all of this. Okay.
Well,
next
sorry,
person.
may I add 2 points?
When do I get a chance to respond?
May I?
Kun Apirak, real quick, and then Brian would answer all your comments.
Yes, firstly, I absolutely agree with you. So the 2 point is, firstly, you should follow the constitution, the SU constitution, because it's already almost the end of your tenure. If you don't fail to do this all controversial won't happen at the first place. And secondly, yes, I agree that there should be efficient communication between SU and GA. But till now, SU president keep on blaming GA and blaming without that thing. So this should have been discussed prior to blaming author, and he never blamed himself.
Stop saying I'm blaming people.
That's the point. Thank you.
You're mischaracterizing it. I've said this repeatedly, Aprak. Maybe it's because it's your second language. That's okay. I'm not blaming the GA. Let me be very clear to everyone. I am not blaming the GA. What I've said about the GA is that the GA has only met 3 times, and the GA, half the members, we've started 40 minutes late every single time, because GA members don't show up on time. Not even a majority of them show up on time. That is irresponsible and actually non-professional. I'm not blaming the GA. What I said is a fact. That's a fact. They don't show up. It's also a fact that we had to spend an extra hour because none of you wanted to accept responsibilities to be for positions. And we had to spend an extra hour because you didn't want to do, people struggled to do the basic responsibilities within the GA. So I'm not sure why some of the members were actually there. So that's not blaming the GA. That's a comment about the GA. And then finally, the only thing that I've made that it could even be considered anything of a blame would be as with regards to the reason why there's not a new president and why there's not elections. It's because people resigned. And then amongst the members that were actually part of that committee, no one was willing to accept that responsibility. And I don't have actually an ability to be able to run that because it's supposed to be separated. What I said is that if you guys actually would have done this before, which is your duty, and somebody would have picked up the team for your team and done that, then things would be better off. That's not blame. That's accepting accountability. And that's actually pointing out that you guys have very limited responsibilities in terms of part of what you do. And, you know, it's really easy to sit there and complain about what I do and what I haven't done. And because that's all I've heard you guys do. And so some of the things that you've mentioned are good suggestions. They are good suggestions to be able to take over. And they are good ones to amend. But that's all I've heard is negative comments. Negative comments the whole time. Good luck for the next president that has to come in and deal with people that are just going to explain negative things consistently, repeatedly. Why would somebody want to do that position? Because why don't you run for it, actually? Why don't you put yourself in that position for it? And then we'll see how you actually respond when people are constantly complaining about things and never, there's no balance here. I haven't heard any balance about anything that we've done this semester that was positive from any of you, other than Acronym. He's made a couple of comments there that have been there, but from the rest of you, I haven't seen anything at all, which is really disappointing to me. And it's really disappointing to me, especially from OSA as well, too, because this is not a very balanced approach at all. I don't really feel this has been a very balanced approach. And, you know, I've been very transparent, actually, with what I said, what I said it was doing, what I thought was right. And I can't say the same for everybody else here.
Karadet, please go ahead.
I recall what I want to say like 20 minutes ago. I just want to put in a record that I understood right now the situation of this PN is a little of mistake here and there, some misunderstood here and there. Cup. And I think it's I do accept that, and I'm not so sure whether I ever make any comment that may insult or offend anyone here. And now that I learned that this is mistake here and there and misunderstood, and probably I have misunderstood, I just want to apologize if I have done something to offend any one of you, because this is a bunch of little mistakes, and then it's come out as a big mistakes and big misunderstood. Cup.
Thank you, Karadet, and appreciate your comments. Kunali, go ahead, please.
I want to give a comment. I want it to be put in meeting minutes. I just give a comment. I have no question. First, for the GA meeting problem, I think is not only GA fault. Every semester, Brian, you should know about this. GS must call for the meeting. Yeah, in like they should manage the GA meeting. They should inform it like as soon as possible. And from my observation, the second GA, only some GA joined, but you change it to be special GA meeting already. So I think it's not your problem. And it's not only GA fault, it's about SU team and general secretary management also. You should understand this. And as I mentioned, no need to call for a meeting or face-to-face meeting. Yeah, you can use other ways like email or online poll, online voting, or Google Form. It's not that difficult. And other people will understand themselves that you are blaming them or not. But from the open forum, I want to inform you that people are thinking that you are blaming only GA and blaming others. So you should be careful and accept other opinions also. Please understand that this is not my hard feeling. I just comment based on other people's opinions. And one more thing is about people and other students. They can criticize SU. They can give comment both in positive and negative. GA and other students, they are not police that want to comment or blame SU team in a negative way. But you have to understand that if people comment, if people give their opinions, you can use it for improve SU team and for AAT. Please don't think that is. Please understand that it is their right to comment both positive and negative. And I think they don't say only negative things to you. And accomplishment of SU every time in the Facebook, in the email, or in the satisfaction survey. Yeah, we can get feedback from them for our improvement. And I used to be in the SU team before. I understand everything about the criticizing and everything, but you should accept other people's opinions, and it is your responsibility. You come here from election, you know your responsibility. Now you are student union president, you are student representative, SU committee also, you have to accept about this, about all comments that you will get from other people. It's not like company. I think I know that we have different culture, we have a cultural gap, age, and other thing. I think you should learn more. This is not command, but it's my opinion. You should learn more about this kind of system, or as a student representative. And about haters, you may think that we are haters. We comment, we post, we are not haters. We just ask questions. And every time in the previous semester, many previous semester, SU team, they got more criticized problem. I can tell you that this is very general. And if you cannot answer, your Facebook got hijacked. You have Apsana, that she is the admin in the SU Facebook group and AT student union. You can pass message to her. But the problem is you did not inform your SU committee. No one know, only you. And you think that it is a secret.
That's also not
but
true.
other people that,
Please
but
characterize
other
it.
people, they
Can't
are
speak for
thinking
other
that
people.
it should not be the
Can't speak
secret.
for other people.
I have
Please
to
don't speak
speak.
for other people.
I have to speak.
Brian, let
I
them
have to
finish
speak.
first.
It is my comment and my opinion. And another thing, the last point, I have problem about transparency only. For the personal issue, club issue, I separate it. Please understand that this is about transparency, and I have the right to ask other students have the right to know. The problem about transparency and some budget that you are using, for example, fundraising, if you want to make it properly, you have to announce in the email, your SU president email. You have to announce that other people can join, other people can donate. And you should post in the SU Facebook group. You can use AT Student Union page, so you can make it be properly. Otherwise, if you separate the amount into 90,000 and 60,000, it will be a problem also, because your fundraising project is look like the private project, because in your Indiegogo link, you mention like look like a self promoting. You mention SU is like very less. So it's like personal project. You should make it clear. This is a just suggestion. You no need to follow it, just my opinion. And we have now, I think we have problem that if we comment, we criticize, we raise our voice. You said that, or OSA understand that we are slandering SU team, SU president. I think it is not right perspective or visions of SU president or student welfare. And the ignorance is true. If OSA or SU president or Brian can answer this in the earlier, there will be no problem. And again, I want to highlight this. I'm not here to defame other people. We are here to find solution, discussion. So please accept this comment and suggestion. Thank you.
I have to be clear on this as well. We did not mention that defaming or you doing those
It's in the email, ma'am. Brian
email?
send in the email to all students.
I see.
I want to say one more thing. Please listen to me. Or Brian also, that you use my name in the email and it's against the Thailand's law. Even it's true or it's false, you mention my name and my status without consent. And also the problem after SU Cafe, which I will not talk here. I can proceed outside AAT and you will get problem. But now I not yet do anything because I respect and I want to compromise. Please kindly understand. Thank you.
Yeah, we understand. And again, your comment and your suggestion, there are good points that you as your team should take it in concern, and then this would be This shall be the talk like I mentioned with Abdurrahman suggestion as well. This all should be, the talk in between group of maybe, student and then, SU team, GS, GA, or maybe SU can also, do some surveys and everything ask for their, outside student opinion to, to support your job better. Afshana, go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank everyone that we have a discussion and dialogues, and I believe that discussion and dialogues open many doors for the solutions and many doors of opportunities for improvement. And beside this, I would like to say that in our team, in current SU team, we have many successful stories too, because during still COVID is going on, and this COVID period, we have our academic committee works very well, the accommodation committee worked very well, gender and culture, they have their, after many years we have food fair and cultural shows. Like many other committees, we did our best in these COVID situations, and for this Brian and his team can get at least a congratulations also that they worked in this hard period. So, and I would like to request that yes, criticism is a part of leaderships, and we should have to accept this criticism as well. Maybe sometimes we feel bad, but as a leader we have to consume it, because those who criticize us also part of a student, and those who loves us also part of a students, and together we build a strong AIT community. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Pirak, please go ahead.
So I agree with you, Ka Afsana. One key point that I want to make based on the open forum that has known to everyone and is related directly to OSA is that OSA is one of the key stakeholder that were the reason for delaying student activity. So I want to ask here in front of both OSA and SU President that between the 3 weeks gap that you send the PN or processing whatever, is there no like reserve fund for the student union to be used first and that can be returned later to ensure that they can continue their activity without any interruption? I want clarification on this point from OSA because SU president has claimed that one of the reason is due to OSA a process which is tedious and slow. Because I have heard that there's some emergency fund that can be reserved in case if the SU committee want to proceed their activity first without having to use their own budget, which they may not be rich to do that. So,
yeah, we did that already. Brian and team said that the PN finance process was slow, and then the PN process, everything was slow. So we decided to ask if you want to, lend some money first. So then to do that, we also need to do PN as well to get money out. So we did the PN and get money out. And then, of course, it's take about the same time with the OPN that already been posted. But then at the end, we got some monies, and then SU team already, use some of the money that we, get out from the fund. I don't remember how much, but then it was for some committee that send the PN or the process to the wrong emails, and then they, finally their process, the PN was so slow because she or he been sending to the wrong emails of the people. So at the end, when it comes to the activity already, they need money directly. Right away. So we lend out the money for them. So then, there's some money that been, advanced and went out, and then they promised that they have to return those budget once they get the PN approved. And the PN process or the process is slow. Not this process I have less knowledge on this. Kun Kala, the PN, is it slow or what's the regular timing about the PN? Would you mind explaining?
Yeah, actually for this PN, because it comes to our office and then it goes to finance and then it goes to up for other approvals, and especially in this virtual or hybrid, office setting. So some of the delays take place.
So normally,
Yeah.
how long does it take for one PM to process?
Maybe 2 weeks. In regular time, we usually ask all the committees at the start of their term, whatever is approved, then you request for that PM so that there will be enough time for you to process and then have it when your activity will happen. Regular time still a little bit long.
Excuse me, sir, ma'am, and sir. Like from my time, 2019.
Yeah.
Like I am sure that from 2018 to 2020, it will take about 1 week to 3 weeks, depend on our document that proposed to OSA. The fastest is 1 week. We have to plan. Actually, SU team have to plan in the area for the activity that we want to conduct. We have to plan with the other community like clubs that they want a supplier or not, and we have to plan it well for every committees, and then we propose to GA. And after GA meeting, we send all the proposed document budget to SU secretary so we can get it on time, 1 to 3 weeks. Depend on our document or detail that it has problem or not. But if it has problem, we have to rewrite it.
To be returned, yeah, if there are details in it.
So it's kind of usual process though.
Well, so I just asked this just on the GA member as a student representative behalf because it is one of the controversial point discussed in the open forum as well. So I give all the stakeholder opportunity to clarify. That's what my intention. I'm not blaming anyone. So because I myself not sure that whether the problem is in the tedious process or in the working of this SU team or whatsoever. So I need confirmation when every stakeholder are here. So thank you for clarification. And I would like to ask too, since Kunari said that before you propose the as she was the earlier SU team as well, so before you propose to GA about the budget and all, you should approach the club and all that. So to how many club have you approached for asking for what activity they want to do or budget? Have you approached all the club already? Because I have seen many achievement or at least activity done since the last semester when you were also the SU Gen Z team. So like to achieve the good or efficient activity for all students, like even I find some still missing in the proposed activity. So I just want to ask, is that a question, that have you approached all the club before you plan and propose the budget to GA meeting? Is my question clear to you, or you want me to repeat the question?
Yeah, the question is, thank you, Abrak. I believe the question is clear. I did not ask every single committee or every single club. I asked several of the clubs, and then that's part of the thing. Actually, where you have a team. The teams actually was instructed to be able to do some of that. So I can't ask every question, and I did not. And so with regards to actually the open forum and display and talking about this discussion about budgets, I explained very clearly what I believe is what the process is and that it has been delayed and that, it's been delayed beyond reason to be even able to function properly. And I explained that. And then I also explained as well too, what I believe Kun Jib's role was and what she had said that she was going to do if I did not actually agree to the budget that was originally proposed. And so I was very transparent explaining about why I believe this process was taken longer than it should have taken. I've also explained that there are problems specifically in the way that finance operates. And I've also mentioned as well too, that there has been delays. For what reasons, I can't speculate on all of those reasons, but we've had less than half of our budget actually given to us, and we had plans from the very beginning. We promoted plans here from the very beginning. So this was not a lack of preparation by me and my team at all. This was not at all. And so, I rightfully brought up and addressed these issues because I addressed these issues in the very beginning with OSA about part of the problems with the election of the GA, with taking 3 weeks, a minimum of 3 weeks, especially when you have emergency funding. That money should already be in a fund. You should, like any business, they should be able to operate, and they can't. And then there's the process of going through the GA, which is cumbersome, but not particularly. It still can happen, and it still does happen. And things that we were approved for, we did try to carry out to the best of our ability. But I think one of the other things that many other people don't really understand is that if you don't have money, then they say go spend your own money. People from OSA and Kunjib go spend your own money, and you'll get reimbursed. Why should any business require students who take money out of their own pocket to pay for SU expenses, especially when these delays are so readily apparent, which I've done actually out of my own pocket and spent monies. And my PN, I also believe has been delayed because of the controversies that have been created by the lack of disclosure of information that I honestly don't believe you guys should have been disclosing information to people's names on it about who they were receiving when it was a PN that had not been approved. That was really inappropriate actually for you guys to do that. And the thing is that you have a forum to bring those up, which is the GA when you're GA members. You didn't do that. You just decided to do this. And I believe it was personal. I believe you did make it personal because of conversations that Kunri and I had before, and you had before about Sustainability Club and the processes you guys weren't following through. And then private conversations were carried forward. I apologize to you guys. I apologize to Kunri specifically in the GA. I apologized to her afterwards. And then you guys have brought these things up, and it's just been continual basis. And so I do believe you made it personal. And I think that it's reflective of that because you had plenty of opportunities to both reach out to me personally and bring up any grievances you had. As representatives, you had opportunities to bring this up in the GA. There was no issues here with the GA before here. And then information was improperly disclosed by somebody who also had an axe to grind and who works for OSA. And so there's a hornet's nest of issues here. And the thing is that this could have easily been solved. And I understand that English is not your first language, but you guys mischaracterize a lot of things that have been said. And it may not be intentional, but you are mischaracterizing things that were said, even in the poll that you write. Anyone could write a question in a poll, and just changing 1 or 2 words can dramatically affect on how people look at those. And it was really inappropriate for you guys to do that. And so I do want to move forward here, but I want you to stop actually posting all of these things on here. Use the mechanisms that you have at your disposal to be able to do that, which is the GA. And then if there's any additional issues, then you come to OSA, or you come and you ask for clarification instead of trying to carry on this characterization of what things are, what you think they are, when you don't have any verifiable information. It's really irresponsible if you do that. And that's caused a lot of people grief on this team. Yes, it has. And so, we already have messages from other people from that. And so, yes, I will speak long, and I'm not finished. And because I've had the courtesy to listen to you and your long drawn out comments as well too. So I deserve that right as well too. And so finally, I've tried to do the best that I could to be able to serve students here. And I've put a tireless amount of energy in here to be able to do that. I've been very transparent. There's some things that I have not disclosed that I consider personal, but there are also things that are even professional here that I have not disclosed that would probably change a lot of people's opinions on some things here, because I followed the processes that I was guided to follow in that PN that was actually proposed. I followed processes that were recommended by members of OSA and by Kunjib. I did what I was told to do, and I did it repeatedly over and over and over and over again until it was satisfactory for them. And so you guys people can have their own opinions actually as to whether they agree with it or they don't agree with it. That's fine. But it is really irresponsible for you guys to sit there and to mischaracterize it, not actually talk to somebody who's actually involved with this and turn it into a personal issue, because you have made it personal.
Can I explain first, very quick? Okay. This is not about personal issue. What we are doing is effect to our community, SU team, AIT, and process that SU and AIT have to follow and monitor. It is not about personal issue. And for the club thing, I think Apirak just mentioned and asked, because in your manifesto you said that you want to support for every club, but you did not. And I count it as a personal issue and club issue. So we don't want to discuss here. Otherwise, it will be very long. And please understand that we have the right to ask in SU Facebook group. I think you joined it in the last semester. You should ask. You should read the rule of the SU Facebook group. That what we can do. Is the platform that we can communicate and ask SU team in the public. I mentioned it clearly that I will not answer or communicate to you through email or in person, because we got different messages, not only me but others also. So we want to make it clear that we are not on the same page. What is going on? So we have to do it in the Facebook group, SU Facebook group. It is private, but now it's not private anymore, because Brian, you make it in the public. You send invitation to all and mention my name. But I think it is the right thing that you should do, because every student, they should know about this issue and they have the right to know and ask. And the poll, I think is not wrong. It's not about personal issue. You have to understand and make it clear that it's not about personal. It's not about you. No one mentioned that you are requesting budget, but you mentioned something that is not transparency and is not clear in the email that you reply to me about SU Cafe status. So we have to ask. And you said that we should not post in Facebook or some place, because in the email you don't want to tell other students and GA members. It's not about, it's so easy to not transparency problem. So we have to be in the Facebook. Is the right platform.
It should never have been disclosed to you, actually. It should never have been disclosed to you, because
when you will announce to your SU committee, when you will announce to SU or students.
Been approved. The PN has not been approved.
You will announce, right? Why it cannot be announced in the area before it got approved?
Listen, I've been pretty clear here. I think you're not listening to what I'm saying here. What I'm saying is that I have a right to ask OSA for things outside of the purview of the GA. I don't have to ask the GA to go to the bathroom. I do not have to ask the GA to go to the bathroom. So please stop saying that.
We understand that.
Okay? No, you don't understand that. That's the thing.
I understand that, but you are the one that don't understand about student rights.
What I'm saying is that,
and about our rights
that
we can ask and comment.
And that you should not disclose that, because you didn't have a right to actually even receive it. You should have never even received it. And it was given to you by somebody that had already had adverse comments. And so it was actually
I have the right to see it.
First place. And
we have the right to know, and we have the right to see.
You don't have the right, actually. You don't have the right to ask.
I hope this will be in the meeting minutes also, what you are saying.
You think you have that right, but you don't have that right.
We have the right to know, because you use SU. You use SU name. You are requesting under SU budget. You have the right to know.
No, this is what I want you to
the GA approval. How could I stay idle without speaking anything when I am the
budget? I would just like you to listen here.
What I'm saying is, if we are like this, we are not on the same page, and meeting minutes should not be
have a right to question every decision I make. I have a right to ask some things from OSA without asking you. Otherwise, they would just say, you know what, GA, you make all the decisions. Everything should come from you. That's why there's actually a leader, and the leader actually has some latitude. And you guys are sitting there nitpicking over what every single little thing that you think that I don't have any latitude to. And it makes it a really oppressive actually position to operate in. Nobody else would take this job, and probably no one will actually want to take this job based upon the way that you people have actually responded in this and been so critical about things that you should never receive. And I do take offense that you actually posted information with people's names on it that should never have been posted in the first place.
What is the problem why you cannot announce before it
really
get
shouldn't have done
approval? What is
You
the problem
did-
that why you cannot announce or tell your committees, especially your SU committee, why you cannot tell what is the problem?
You're assuming that I have not talked to this about with my committees and my people. I
I
have
asked
talked
that what is the problem why it cannot be
Already said
announced
this.
publicly.
already
If you
talked to
cannot
people
announce or if you can inform
within
even
the
SU
committee.
committee, it means that you have no transparency
already
and you make
talked to
it
people
personal and
about
you
the
make it
committee.
be a
I've
secret.
talked with OSA about this before. I've talked to OSA about this repeatedly. This is not the first time it's come up. I've talked to many
Do
people.
you know that you are
repeatedly.
SU president, Bayan? I think we go
This is what
we
you don't
out
understand.
of
Kunal.
the
This-
topic
it's
now.
not going into your head. Is that you don't have a right to actually determine everything that I can do.
I
that's
did
right
not
now.
ask
You don't
every
have that
single
determination.
thing that you are doing. We asked very important thing
Can you
about
let
the
me speak for a second
transparency.
here, then I'll let you speak? Can we not have to talk against each other?
This
here?
is not only me, but others people
Can we not
also.
do this?
I don't
Can we
speak
not
for
do this?
myself.
Is that, listen, as I mentioned before, is that you disclosed information that should not have been disclosed because I have a right as an executive within a certain position to be able to share some information and some conversations in private with members of administration because that's my duty. There are some things that are not disclosed that I don't have to disclose to GA, whether it has to do with budgets or not. There are many sensitive conversations that I have with the school. This school, actually, I sit on committees where I listen to things about the AIT budget and what's going on with AIT. You don't see me posting that information online, do you? No, you don't. And the reason why is because I have a fiduciary responsibility not to do those things. I've asked not to do those things. And just like you also have a fiduciary responsibility to actually ask certain questions in a certain forum and then actually be clear on what you're asking. Not to just be making opinions on what you think it is that somebody's asking or even clarifying with anyone else with OSA. You guys missed a lot of these steps here. And so that is why that I do have a rightful reason to actually be offended about what's transpiring, not just with you, but with members of OSA, because it should not have been disclosed. It was never approved. I can ask for things that don't have to be approved. I don't have to come and ask you for everything I want to do. And if any president has to do that, you'll have zero presidents to do that because there's no other organization that requires that other than a cooperative, special type of a unit that requires consensus from everyone. And that's not the way this position's organized. And so please just end this thing here because you've got the answers you've needed on this here. And if you haven't, then bring them up in GA because if you continue to bring them up, you're going to harm the institution. You're going to harm the institution of both
Excuse
AIT
me, I think you are
as
hurting
well as
AIT.
GA, as well as AIT, yes.
You
In
are
all
hurting
honesty, I
NIT.
believe-
You mentioned in the open forum that this institute and system is made for failure or something. And if you think this is still private issue and we have no right to comment or ask question in the right platform that SU created to communicate with other students, I think we have the right to vote for no confidence, If you still thinking like this, I think this meeting is like useless. I think we should
No,
go for
I'm
no
clear.
confidence.
No,
If
actually,
you
clear,
are
I'm clear.
thinking like this, if your vision is like this, I think
I'm
it
clear.
is not SU president,
clear
it's
what
like
I
a
need to-
boss that you
I'm clear
mentioned,
about what I'm supposed to
that you
ask.
mentioned personally, and you did to other SU committee. You use like domination strategy, and you mentioned to me that you are the boss that have to control direction to SU. I think you should change this
You're just making
vision.
comments.
You are
You're just
student
picking out
representative.
words.
Can I make some
You
comments?
are student
All of you.
representative.
All of you, can I make the comments here? It's been since 10 o'clock until now. It's almost 1:30, and I have another meeting at 1:30. I have to leave before. But I would like to ask here, all of these problems, are they can be solved or they cannot be solved?
It can be solved if
It
no
can
one
be
keep on
resolved, but
discarding
look at,
informationค่ะ.
you listen to Brian.
I think the whole conversation that you've been, exchange to each other back and forward, it should really be in SU committee, GA and GS, and then you have, to, discuss on all of this, and then, before, things get, to be.
I understand, but now everything is get public because in the open forum, everyone know about
Because
it.
of you guys. Because
Yes,
public
because
of you.
everyone have the right to know. For me, I think it's not personally, other students also.
You
It
are
should not
using the name
be
of
in
SU
GA
president
meeting
to
and SU committees only. Everyone have the right to know this issue
It's
and
a blanket statement,
have the
Kunal.
right to
Everyone
raise
does not
their
have a right to know
concern.
everything. They don't have a
It
right
is
to know
your
everything.
responsibility to get concern and comment for student, but you are talking for yourself only. You are not talking for SU team or your SU committee and student as a SU president. So it is likely, I think we cannot come up with some
I vote for you
solution.
to be the next SU president, Kunal. I vote for you to be the next. So please run.
Yeah, I think
Even
if
though you're
you
elected,
guys
you
keep,
please run.
It's not about who
I'd love to see-
will be
I'd
the
love to
next
see you, 'cause then we'll
SU
come and watch
president. It's
you
about the
every
current
question.
issue that you have to fix and you
We'll
have
ask
to
you every
solve
question you want to do.
and you have to responsible for.
We'll
I
ask
think
you
you all
every
should
question
mind,
you want to do, everything you
yeah,
want
you
to
all
do.
should mind your
Approve
language
for
and
everything.
communication. Please, if you're going back and forward like this with, sort of, this kind of language and, back and forward with no, consent, I mean, in terms of compromising or finding the solution for real, if you keep going, it can be a day long or something.
I try to compromise already, but I'm not okay with the distort information that he keeps saying is about personal issue. That is because of us comment in the Facebook. He only blame other people. How can we find solution? And keep distorting information. How can we find
This
solution?
is what I'm asking for. This is what I'm proposing as the solution. My proposal for a solution
Brian,
is that I will make no more comments online. Actually, I'm not going to do it on Facebook anyway. I don't actually conduct back and forth situations here. I do them in dialogue generally, and I do them in forums where they're supposed to be discussed, which is the GA, which is the proper forum for anything that's related to budgets. Or if there's some other form of meeting, that's fine. But I do actually have a problem with continual posts and comments and opinions about these same things, because I have received messages from SU members that's causing them emotional distress, and that their information was posted wrongly. It should have been shared. And so all I ask is
wrong.
Let me just finish here. This is what I'm asking for is that if you have any other issues related to anything regarding the SU budget or any PN or any PN that was proposed, to address those issues in the GA meeting or whenever they're after the next GA meeting or something like that, in the proper forum where it should be discussed. Because you cannot have an actual dialogue. And you and I we don't agree on a lot of things, and we don't communicate very well either because we speak different languages and we're from different cultures. It's very obvious. It's very clear. And so what I'm proposing is that you stop posting things online, because people are aware. They already know there's minutes here. There's already minutes here that can be shared from what's here. And then people can take whatever they want from those minutes. But if you continue to do that, then I do actually in OSA, I do have an issue with this because it's already been asked and answered. It's not the proper forum. And I do believe it's causing harm to other members of the SU. And it's also, I believe, it's damaging this institution because it's not the proper forum to actually be bringing up and raising these questions. They've been brought, there is a proper forum to bring these up. And these members actually are entitled to attend that and address those issues there. That's my proposal, is to stop doing that, is to stop doing it any further because it's not necessary. There's nothing clear. Your opinions, you've already clearly stated your opinions. And so that's what I'm asking, is that you stop doing that because it actually makes it difficult for us to proceed, because a lot of the SU committee members actually won't do any work now because of this, because they're too stressed out by these things that have been posted on it. And plus, if we're being honest here, you've had this discussion before about, the way that you approach the last administration and the things, that you could actually do better. And it doesn't appear to me that you've actually learned anything from that.
Oh, are you finished? Okay, I will comment it very quickly. First, you mentioned in the SU cafe says that email that you will not tell to other students about confidential information and to GA members. And we are waiting for the GA meeting. We know that it's the proper platform that we can raise our voice and concern. But why you mentioned that, how can we trust the process? That's what A told us to trust the process. You mentioned like this is the first issue that I want to make it in the meeting minutes. And when is the GA meeting? We are waiting. And the second GA meeting minutes is not announced to our students. How can we know? How can we trust that? It will be sent to our students, both invitation and GA meeting minutes. This is another issue. How can we trust you, Brian? And another thing, we have the right to post in the Facebook. Is it still the proper and the public platform that we can communicate to SU? I want to point at this. This is the fact. You should read the rules in the Facebook group. And how can I contact you in the email or in the private message? Because in the Facebook, before your Facebook got hijacked, you always ran away from my conversation. You mentioned that we should talk in face-to-face or other platform. So I also raised question in my GA meeting, the second GA meeting, but the GA meeting minutes is not announced to our students. How can we know? How can I get that information and answer from you? And in the email, you did not reply to us, I think 3 times. We proposed our meeting availability. You did not reply. How can we communicate to the private platform?
I don't have time to
in the email?
reply to every comment.
How can? So this is a problem. So we cannot talk and we cannot discuss. And this is not personal issue. It's the issue that affect to AIT and SU. Please make it clear it's not personal. The personal is about club that you insult sustainability club. And you mention my name and my club in other emails, other people email, or in the back, in the person, you insult us. This is personal issue. I separate it. But now the current issue is the public issue that affect to community, SU and AIT. Please make it clear. And we have the right to talk and discuss. We ask questions, so it is the responsibility of SU team. Afsana, you can also answer. Not finished. Afsana, you can also answer, but you ignore.
OSA, I would like an opinion from
you.
you.
You ignore
like
when you see my poll. When you see my poll.
So this dialogue
When you
does
see
not
my
continue
poll.
repeatedly.
When you
I
see
only
my
have 3
poll,
weeks
you
left.
just
I don't want to
ignore
respond to all these
because
things.
you think that
What I
it is the
consider
right thing that
badgering,
you can do and you can
everything that I'm
request
doing
it
is
without GA approval.
Shouldn't have to do
You
that.
just ignore. You know it
Okay.
already. And I understand that my posts and my comments can affect to SU committee. I always make it clear and comment it that I don't have problem about SU committees. I did not judge them at all. I have no
you
problem
have a
with
problem
them.
me.
And the email that you send, it can affect my mental health also. And
Oh,
I will
yeah.
not compromise at all. After this meeting, I will not compromise. I will proceed. Because AIT also ignore.
I'm just asking you.
After you know about it.
What more do you need answered that you need?
I don't ask question. I just give a comment.
What do you need answered that you have to
You
post on
please
Facebook repeatedly?
stop this thought information.
That's what I'm asking you. What do you need to ask me or to ask of this SU or the SU president that you need to continually post on Facebook? What
Who
questions do
said
you
that?
have?
To say that I will
I'm asking you that
post?
right now.
Who said that?
What do you need to keep asking questions for online? What has not been
Who
solved
said
for
that
you?
I will keep asking in online? I stopped asking after a Karaday's post. I stopped asking.
So are you saying
No
that
one
you
posts
stop
in
asking
that.
questions
No one
for
posts
me
in that.
going forward for the
Me
rest
and
of
Akare
this?
didn't post in that.
Are you
Only after you
saying
send
that you will do
email
that?
slandering
That's what
me,
I'm asking you
I
to do.
post and clarify in the
I'm
platform that
asking
everything
you
happened. That's
if
it.
you will stop asking questions from me,
Am I
or
using your
the
account?
SU president,
Am I using your
on
account?
that Facebook. I'm asking you if you will stop doing that and trying to ask in that direct manner and take any questions you have that are related to the GA. Since you said it's not personal, it's related to students and you represent students, you're part of the GA. I'm asking you and APARAC and ACRADET, all of you, if you have any questions for the SU president or for these committees, to bring them to the proper form and do that and put this to rest, because this actually is causing problems for everyone involved.
Because of you.
Everyone
Because
You
involved.
are
your
coordinating
method.
also, not only
No,
other students.
I'm just asking you for something. I'm asking
We
you to
will
do
not
that.
have concerns
Do
if you be
that. You guys
transparent
do
and
that.
you coordinate
I'm being
well and you are
I'm
doing
being very
SU
reasonable.
I'm
president
asking you.
well. It
Can
will
I-
be no
Asking you
problem like this.
Ask any other
Can I
questions. you have.
interrupt here? Can I interrupt here, please? Sorry, I need to leave for another meeting. For those step that missing, the things that you did not that this SU team did not follow some of the process. Can you guys go back and talk which process that he missed, and then you go back and then fill in those messages. For example, the second meeting of GA that you did not share, or some other things that you not have the agreement among GA and then SU. Can you go back and complete those things and then settle among you, I mean your team, and that would be my first of the solution. And the second solution, yeah, what is it? Abhira, you can just go ahead, and then I may need to leave it with Kun Tencent and Kala. They also suggest some solution that we prepare the solution for this meeting, but I have to attend the PRC.
Okay, I understand your situation. I'm sorry. I will make it very brief. I will leave aside all the GA and CUP methods. So I would strongly ask and convince OSA to attend the next GA meeting to clarify whatever related to GA, CUP, etc. I will talk only on these two questions. Firstly, the allowance that he blamed that it is leaked to us. Firstly, when the Kunari make a poll, is this a question, not an information informed by anyone? Is this a question, a poll? You can check in the Facebook for confirmation. And the first evidence that I received for this allowance is when I asked as the budget committee, formally in the email list consisting of all SU committee and GA member, to ask for the PN whatsoever from the SU secretary. It is the first time that I have seen that controversial allowance. So please make sure that don't distort any further information. When Kunari make the poll, there is no evidence. There is just a question. Asking in the Facebook is a question, totally a question, not a fact.
Yeah,
and
there's nowhere the poll you can do it. You can ask and then anyone not take it personally and don't attack anyone. That's it. Okay.
Yes, but for the allowance issue, that I am as the budget committee who have the right to ask for any budget spent by proposed or spent by the SU. I have asked from the SU secretary about 2 weeks before the final exam. So from that, I have seen the controversial one. And when I go to your office, I mean, for that harassment issue, investigation whatsoever, I confirm with you that, okay, this is actually happening, that 90,000 baht, right? We have talked to each other, right? And on that day, it was just acknowledged to you that it hasn't passed the GA meeting. That's why I am, as the GA committee, have to raise this question and concern, because I know very well that it hasn't passed the GA. How could any of Bayan ask me to stop, be quiet about this? That's why I have to ask in the open forum. That had this been past the GA meeting, this has to be clarified so that you two don't have to keep on debating between Kunali and Bayan. This is the fact that I'm clarifying.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
with all the side,
yeah, I understand you. So then let's go back and talk to GA and SU and settle the things that you think it should be past GA, the thing that you will be flexible that, okay, this one you can have the SU committee opinion only, or find a middle ground and then the common agreement between you, and then that would,
This is the first point,ค่ะ.
Yeah.
Another point. Second point, really short,ค่ะ. Second point is that I want you to confirm here that it is allowed for SU president to ask for 90,000 allowance for SU committee without passing GA approval or not. I need your confirmation and then I can proceed in the GA meeting,ค่ะ.
I think this already has been answered from Tenzin, no?
Right? It's not right. It's no or yes,ค่ะ. I just need confirm.
I think it was mixing up in the same PN. So the PN that, the number that belongs to SU budget, that should be, in PN, but then the outside of the budget that he would like to ask, and then if it's past SU committee opinion already that they would like to request, then it can be, a process to PN. But this has to come to your agreements that GA would okay with this, or SU committee think that it should be okay if they would like to request this. And then committee maybe can also consult with GA, but then if GA say, man, you should ask our opinion, then it can be part GA. But then if not, then at least it should be all the member of SU team, they agree on this, and then you propose. So this is a really basic understanding of every activity or every proposal that come out of SU team of every semester.
Okay, so I will proceed according to the SU constitution,ค่ะ. Thank you for your answer.
So,
but then, one line here. Please don't pick up each other all the sentence that we saying here and there. This is a mistake. This sentence is not good. This is not the word. I think really we're not going anywhere. People, speaking things, maybe, I don't know, with the language, or, maybe, with the, misinterpretation, or maybe even with emotion. We can say, here and there, no one, satisfied. No one's like 100%. I think here we should learn to understand each other and maybe forgive, and communicate nicely, and communicate to find a solution, not to pick, not to point out whose mistake this one made this and that. If there is a mistake, if you are together, GA, GS, and then SU, you can just find a common solution. You don't need to say you made this mistake. And then how far are we going for this, How far would you like to go from this meeting? You want the punishment for each other, or what? Or how far?
I want just confirmation of the fact,ค่ะ, so that we can discuss in the
sometimes we have facts, sometimes sometimes things really everything not follow the fact 100% fact, or there's some things that flexible here and there, understand each other and try to compromise and find a better way. Maybe that way is not the best way, but it's the way that you all agrees, and then okay, we're willing to let this go this way or that way. Maybe that's also not 100%, like, but I'm not saying that you have to do the wrong thing, or something that against, but at least please try to compromise and find the solutions.
Well, the situation is like this: one group of students.
If you actually look here at these comments in here, they're not constructive at all.
Well,
because of your actions, don't blame others. What are you doing and coordinating that are harming people? I never did anything to harm people at all. Actually, I've done nothing to harm people.
We can talk about it later. It should not be in this meeting.
No, the thing is that
now,
if you want to talk here, it will be
over here.
so long.
I will not say how my mental health destroyed due to your conversation.
Is that
here actually you should not talk here.
I will not talk here.
We should stop. We should not talk here. One thing, this is the last thing I will say.
We are graduate student, right? We are graduate student.
We are here to find solutions. We want to find the halfway.
Yeah.
And we don't want to hear this.
What is your solution?
Yeah.
What is your
solution?
solution?
What I mentioned in the email, ma'am.
All the missing point that SU team, this team maybe not mention Brian exactly. The whole team needs the whole responsibility together, or the whole team of SU committee. You need to go back and talk to the whole team of SU committee. What went wrong, and what step that you're missing, or admit it. What is it that gone wrong, and then you put it back together, and then talk to GA, talk to GS, and then, you know, let's see their opinions and everything, and then maybe you come up with the better solutions. And maybe from every part SU, maybe they do some surveys, and then, you know, the way to make it better, you better to improve or something like that, and then you get some opinions, and then you know, you go ahead and continue your terms, and then, you know, fix all the things that you still can fix, and all those things that already passed, maybe you apologize to each other, and, you know, try to make them, you know, not repeating the same step, and then that should be a really general solution between you guys on all the PNs or the GA minutes, or your misunderstanding of the, you know, budget and everything, because no one here, you know, making any profit to themselves, and the institute not OSA staff can, you know, record and also
I could just finish this here.
provide
I'll
the
finish
solution.
my comments.
Okay,
on it.
and
Yes,
then you
I'll-
guys can go ahead, continue. I may have to excuse myself. I have a DPRC and I'm
My comments are this. Thank
the
you.
head
Ms.
of the
Thank you,
meeting.
Ms. Neal.
Thank you all. And then, you know, if you have any question or anything, you know, email to Kun Kala and then CC me. So then, you know, Kun Kala can take the first hand and then talk to you first. And then if it's really serious, it will become come to me. And then the other issues that related to, you know, conflict of interest, if you want to talk it separately, you know, do it privately, and then we'll have another, you know, session for those as well.
Dr.
And-
Kamankanok, can I
Yes.
have one question for
Yes,
you?
sir.
Just very quick. I think, is there any one more topic we still have in the list?
I think another topic would be in general that, you know, from your communication, the language and how you guys, you know, interact between each other, and then it's affect the language that you've been using, you know, against each other. I think that was another topic.
Can I have your opinion on this incident, or maybe it's not incident, but on this situation?
You mean the language or the whole
Yeah, the
situation?
language.
The
On
language.
that topic.
Yeah, the language. 100%. I don't agree on, you know, putting emotion and then, you know, speaking to each other with I would say a harsh word or you know, harsh sentence. Not specifically to be bad word, but, you know, any harsh comments or sarcasm, those things should not come out of, you know, graduate student and graduate level. And, you know, in terms of, this is not a crime or a big issue that you cannot talk it out politely or reasonably. So I think it, to my opinion, you know, this should not happen. But if it's already happened, if you feel like, you know, you can talk it out and then you can say apologize, and then you accept it, and then it's end. But if you think that, you know, this harsh word and then, you know, bad words still, you know, in your minds, and then I would like you to, you know, suggest a solution. What is it that, you know, will ease your feeling, or that what is it that will make you, you know, feel better? And also, you know, talking about the policies and the rules, of course, we, you know, address it that, you know, be polite and don't, you know, using those kind of words. So that's also, it's obviously it should not has been happened. But if it's already happened, then I would like you guys to, you know, understand each other. Sometimes we have emotion, we say things that, you know, we did not mean to say. If it's like that, you know, apologize. But if it's go further than that, it will not get out of your mind, then we can have a I don't know, further solution or further talk that's proposed from you. For example, that was my suggestion. But Kun Kala and Tenzin also said some solution as well. And then after that, anything else?
I just want to share my solution
Yeah.
here. I think Brian should publicly apologize for his behavior to the entire AAT community, because we should not let this slip away without being addressed publicly, because the next SU president might think that this is acceptable, but it is not. To me, it is not. Not when AAT have this policy sticker everywhere. So I don't accept this. I cannot accept this. I'm very sorry, but I cannot accept this behavior, and especially from SU president who claimed to be public figure of AAT. He's not representing what AAT is.
Brian, would you have a comment with this, or how would you like to solve it?
I'm not making any more public comments regarding anything regarding this administration. This has been repeatedly divisive, and it has caused me undue stress, as well as many members of our team, and it's upset people. I don't think that, the Facebook is the proper forum to have this. I've repeatedly asked for people to stop having one-sided conversations and accusations and leaking information that should not be leaked, and that was not approved. And that has been violated, continued violated. I'm asking OSA to come up with an opinion on that, because I'm asking them to stop. Is that I have nothing more to say other than what needs to be said in GA. And when that meeting is, I have nothing more publicly that I want to say on behalf of the SU. This has been a miserable experience for me, and I don't wish it on anyone. I think it's going to be terrible again going forward if this type of conduct is repeatedly allowed. And there is a code of conduct on Facebook that's been repeatedly violated. And so, I want to be left alone. I want to be able to actually go about my duties, and I cannot when people are constantly posting, messages which I can't even respond to. And I'm not going to create a new Facebook account just to respond to your guys' incessant comments, because you're going to keep making these comments, and it is causing mental stress, not just for me, but for other people. It's already been clearly established. I've shared that with you from other people. I'm asking other people to bring this to the GA forum if they have anything further that needs to be clarified, and to save their opinions for that. And then after the term's over, if they want to sit there and do all these things, they can do it on their private one. But this has already been ad nauseum run through, and there's obviously communication problems between Coonery specifically and me. There obviously is, and there's ill will. I don't know if that will change, but I have no further. I have nothing further to say. I wish you the best, but you know what? I would caution and say, listen, is that anyone can throw stones, anyone can criticize, anyone can do that, but to do it relentlessly and repeatedly, there's something kind of disturbing about actually that, because there's plenty of proper forums to actually do that in. And so I would just suggest that, you actually do that in those proper forums, because at some point people do get upset and they say things that maybe they shouldn't say after being repeatedly, having people challenge every little thing that they do, because you don't have that happen at your job. And so you shouldn't expect that no one else has to deal with that in their job. That's creating a hostile and stressful environment for people. And that isn't fair, and that isn't right. And OSA, I think you have a responsibility to say, listen, people should have a cooling off period. Stop posting things here. There's meetings here. There's a proper forum to be able to discuss any things further. And if not, I'm already disclosing to you, this is causing not only mental harm to me, but to other people. And I can't effectively do my job because people are basing their opinions off a one-sided Facebook conversation and comments repeatedly from at least 2 people here. And so that's what I'm asking for, is that people stop doing that, because these things have been addressed. The questions that have been addressed. There's meeting minutes for these things. But at some point, what is considered harassment is what I would really like to know, because this has been ongoing now for like 5 weeks or 4 weeks. And there's plenty of other comments that were made before. I can deal with some criticism, but this is beyond ridiculous, and to the point it's got. And what I said is that I'm willing to actually not have any further engagement or discuss any of these things until the GA. If there's a GA meeting, I'm willing to do that, and to have a cooling off period. But to continue to do this, I do consider that an attack, not only on me personally, but also the SU president and AIT, because it actually doesn't present AIT in a good light. If there are things that OSA wants to address or change, or the GA wants to change, or the SU wants to change in the next semester, move it to the next semester. But let us move on. I want to move on from this. I've done my fair, and it's been hostile. This hasn't been objective. The only one who's been reasonably objective, in my opinion, has been Acrodet. And so that's what I'm asking for is that people stop sharing their opinions specifically on the AIT Facebook page about these issues that have already been asked and answered and clarified here. I need some additional clarifying from OSA going forward. And then finally, OSA, if you as well want to bring up, you need to figure out how this GA would run, because I don't want it to turn into this kind of show as well either. There should be a proper balance where people can discuss issues and move forward with them, whatever those things are or what the business is. And it doesn't become personal, because it actually does become personal when you look at the number of negative comments that are repeatedly being said in here and opinions about my behavior, about what I'm supposed to do. And you're not the law. You don't make those decisions. You can have your opinions, but sharing those repeatedly online is a form of harassment. And so I would just respectfully ask people to just stop doing that. Their questions have been answered. Any other questions you have, you can address them to OSA. Any other questions you have, you can address in the next GA meeting, and leave it alone, because that's about conflict resolution, is to actually have people stop doing these things. So maybe you get a clearer head, and it's not a back and forth thing, because it's not even back and forth. It's one-sided. And I've chosen not to respond because I don't have a Facebook account. And I don't want to have to continually rehash these things, because it is upsetting to have to go over these divisive issues that have been created because of lack of disclosure of information. I followed the processes that I was told to follow. I followed the process I was told to follow by OSA and by Kuhn Chib, and I did the best to my ability. So I've done what I believe was right. People can have their opinions what they want otherwise, but this needs to stop, because if it doesn't stop, then it will actually go to the next one, because it is causing mental distress, not only to me, but to other students on the SU committee team. There's no reason to keep badgering these points here. They've already made their points. Thank you.
Yes. Kun Kara, would you mind proposing the first solution that we agreed? The promissory note as well. The condition that you should not in person, have no further action and blah blah blah, and then also the apology. The solution. Would you mind proposing the solution, and let's see if all of us agree on that? Thank you. And I need to leave now.
Before that, I'll give you three points here. Still, is not satisfied with this. Number one, you have this GA meeting. You can organize this is students' internal issues, right? So you should have essay one more before the brand presidency is complete. You have one what you call the General Assembly meeting. And you worked out on that. Either you need apology from SU team or from the other side. You discuss internally there. Okay, this is one. Number two is regarding financial matters. If it is not from the budget perspective, the other things, it should be proper procedures, and then if it's not, some may not approve, some have approved. So now Brand has only, let's say like 3 weeks left. So I'm not sure any activity he's planning or not. That's another issue. The third one, because at the end, we all are, the other from the both side is at the end looking at the good intentions. And yes, some of the using the bad words is not good. That's very important. Please do not use any bad words. So these three things I want to see that. So if you still are not, I think you have expressed your thoughts, your view, and I really respect that, both of the team. And if you think if further any clarification needed, then I think since it's internal, you have all these student activities you can discuss with the SA. Then you have this General Assembly of how many members? 30 members, right? How many members you have? So you have your own voting for that purpose. We do it very democratically. Make sure no, don't use any bad words, no harassment with anyone. That's that, and then not only harass verbally but mentally should not be hurt anyone. So that everybody has respect each other, meet together, have a happy ending. And this is my suggestion for you all. But there's some information which is not clear. Discuss face to face and I mean, on one platform, and then move forward. And I see both the side there's a that agreeing moving forward. Then my option is to have one on GA meeting, then sort it out, bullet point in 1, 2, 3 points. I think you need only 1 hour meeting on that part. But since you are in a GA, right? So come member, so see how you can organize within, now your exam is finished, within this week or next week, you organize one, then, have a nice meeting. I can see the way you are commenting, where you're criticizing, where the brain is working. I see in the leadership, all of you, that we need after 10 years, I want to see on that leadership in the working area. And I see that. And that's the learning process, transformation. And I appreciate that. And the brain perspective and other of you, very good. So I appreciate that. But then sometimes communications misunderstanding lead to bigger gap. So that could be the one reason, the language we use. I speak English, but I'm not sure you understand what I'm saying, So English is not our mother tongue. For brand is the mother tongue, right? So not my mother tongue. So sometimes when we communicate, the perceptions might be different. So that need to be understand each other very well, So this, I want to say only this, all of you, and good, but make sure don't feel, stress at the end. You're doing for your own, our own student union, student welfare. Okay. Yes, Carla, then you can conclude on this meeting.
Yeah. So it also suggested by Camille and Zane here. We suggest, because we're still organizing one more GA meeting, right? You can talk again. Try to, talk again and discuss among yourselves. And then, after that, you can come back. Yeah, maybe you can, even during the GA, you can propose solutions there among yourselves. That's the voice of all the students. GA is all SU, right? And
so we discuss almost 2 hours, and whatever we discuss, we have to minute down, and then
please answer my question over here. Can you please answer my question over here that I posted in here?
Yeah. So make sure that our understanding, whatever we discuss, without knowing anything, just don't post in anywhere. So sometimes it's not good also, no? So what I said, so we need to, I think this is a recording and minute down, then let's see, sometimes what I said, the meaning could be different way. So that understanding maybe create more misunderstanding. Suddenly you go and post somewhere, also not good. So we'll be very sensitive, any communications. Yeah. So
thank you, Mr. Sensen. I'm requesting that specifically is for people to stop posting questions regarding this information here and have it discussed at GA, because GA is the proper format to discuss it. It's already been open, asked and answered. There are minutes for this discussion, but this is actually causing emotional distress, not only to me, but to other people, including people that are here. And I do consider it a form of harassment if it's continued on a continued basis. So I'm asking you to ask the other members, and I'm asking you other members to stop posting things online, because it is causing divisiveness. It's causing me emotional distress. I don't have a proper forum to actually discuss it. You have your own opinions of what things are, but things are easily taken out of context when you decide to post what you want. And English is not your first language, it's your second language. And so a couple words do drastically make it. So that's what I'm asking for. So do you agree to
Carla, you can, since it's too
Yeah.
long. So
Okay, I think, because it's almost 2 already. So, okay.
Will you
so
ask that question? I want that question answered by
consider as violation of student right to ask anything in that platform, because it's
So
the
you will
main
not do that. So you will not stop asking questions.
And
So-
firstly, it is due to distorted information provided by SU president in the open forum, where we don't have a chance to clarify at all. That's how the president has started to distort information first to everyone. So it's our
I
right
want to inform people then. I want to
even
inform everyone here. I'm going to inform everyone here, including us.
our mental health are
consider this
affected, not
harassment
only yours due to
and
your
emotional
distorted
distress.
Okay, so don't argue.
online.
If they
That's
don't,
all.
argue.
If they
Okay,
don't, if they don't, then I'm going to file formal
It's
charges.
not only you,
because
that
I
are the
I
victim.
respectfully
All of
ask
us
that
here
they
are the
actually
victim
do
of your
in proper
distorting.
forum. And if they don't,
Okay.
so it's on you,
Okay.
OSA, to make a determination about that, because
You
that's
have
fair.
you formulate the student right to comment, to post in the Facebook. You have authors to SU committee as well to post
Okay.
on your behalf to
Well,
clarify
I've explained
on your
exactly what
behalf.
it
Okay,
is.
yeah.
If
Can
you do
I
that,
think we better, you know,
continue
we're all
doing that,
hungry.
file
We have been
charges.
talking for 4 hours already, and
You
we're,
could
we're
take a
all
break.
drained, yeah. And I appreciate that
can-
all of you come
can-
here and
can-
express your feelings. So
Can I have one request for OSA too?
Yeah.
I willing to accept if my behavior is classified as harassment. I'm willing to make an apology publicly. But also I'm requesting OSA if SU president decide not to apologize for his behavior publicly, I want OSA to address this publicly, because I want this to be a standard to be said that it is not acceptable. I accept if every one of you are going to say my behavior is not also acceptable. I accept that. I will make an apology, and I want AAT, OSA, OSU president. I don't want ASU president. I want OSA to be the one who address this, set at a standard that this is not allowed, and anyone who perform this kind of behavior is not acceptable. I want that, and I'm willing to accept my behavior that I have made too.
Yeah, so if it is which is not good for the communities, or it's not good for students' activity, so it's not acceptable. But then question is, we have to look at the more detail on that perspective. But some of the informations are what you mentioned could be one-sided or two-sided. So financial matter, which is main concern is here, that is through the student union, the general, right? We call it General Assembly. That is the one part. So I think some of the things, I think Brand also conveys apology from the beginning. He said that apology if there's any mistake has done. I think if we check, he mentioned first in our conversation, in the first, when we started, he mentioned that, but overall, we will look at it. And my suggestion is go for, if you really want to discuss further, it's a student activity. Apira, you see how you can organize one journal, but then where Brand need to apology or Brand would like to express his thoughts. So, then you all can discuss together on that platform, though we don't want any student to feel bad, feel hurt, or to make any bad behaviors or bad words to anyone. That's not good for our culture, because we live in a diversity environment, and to respect each other, what we speak, what we use in our own language cannot be used with also other languages. So, yeah, Carla, you want to conclude with that?
Yes. And then you
Excuse
come back
me,
to-
ma'am, answer. Excuse me, answer. Since he's talking about harassment, I would like to add here in the meeting minutes that it's not about one-side discussion, because SU team are there in the Facebook. They can communicate and they can answer. It's not one-side discussion. He know everything and he can just pass message to his team to answer. So please don't mention that it is one-side discussion online in the Facebook. And if this is considered as harassment, I think every semester everyone harass SU team. And I think our conversation is under control. And if
I think,
this is
Kunari, I
about,
think you don't.
not
you
yet
don't
finished, sir.
understand.
This is important. And if he
Not mention
consider
that you
this
understand
as
from that
harassment and
I
causing
would like that to be
emotional
reflected in the
distress,
minutes too.
I think he did since the beginning of the semester to the club and to
No,
other
I think
members
that-
and SU committees. As I report
No, I
in
think-
another email, we should focus more about it and the standard that what is harassment. We can
I
read
didn't
the
mention, I said,
student
what I
conduct and
mentioned is there
harassment
should be no
policy.
harassment. I didn't mention anything that.
So
harassment
we
to the
did not do
SU.
harass in the SU Facebook.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that's something.
Brian
Sometimes
mentioned
we
in the chat.
understand.
Brian mentioned in the Zoom meeting and he said in the meeting.
What I said is, yes, that I feel this is harassment if this continues. And I do believe it was, but if it continues, these questions have been asked and answered that are related to the GA. The questions have been asked and answered. And so if the proper forum is to actually do that there, it's not to ask one question that you want and then have somebody respond online. This is going to death, asking the same questions over and over and over and over and over again.
It's not over and over.
You prefer to ask these questions. So
It's not over and over, only one post, Brian.
That's all I'm asking for.
We are waiting for GA meeting, but you mentioned that you will not answer or tell others. That's why we have to post in the Facebook. Please don't tell that it's harassment.
Being clear here.
The one that harass people is you.
If there's anything else that are questions related to this specific topic,
Okay,
then ask them in
I
the
think
chat.
we will not move forward if we keep arguing. So my suggestion, as I mentioned earlier, appearance check. So how you can organize one, general, your general meeting, and then come with the points and discuss that. And because after 2-3 months, after 3 weeks, brand presidency will be completing, and if we don't finish within these 2 weeks, then it will be lingering around. So then all the
Well, I want to address you.
discussion.
Ms. Carla here.
You can address, but on Discord,
Actually, I want to address you guys.
Thank
I
you.
want to address you. What I want to say to you is OSA. I feel that this conduct here has been not been beneficial contact. I do believe it's kind of been harassing. It's actually been corroborated by Kunari by what she just said, that every semester gets, the SU committees and the president gets harassed. And so harassment is illegal. It should not happen here. I've already said here, these questions, if there's any further questions that need to be answered here, they can be answered in the proper form, which is the GA. I will consider a form harassment or emotional distress if this continues online. So if it continues online and you guys allow these people to continue to do that, then OSA is also going to be responsible because you're allowing it to continue. So that's what I've asked for.
No, that's
I just want to be very clear, and please put that in the minutes as well too.
I want to put this into a minute too. When he keeps saying that we keep posting stuff online, we haven't posted anything after open forum. Actually, we haven't posted anything before an open forum too. After the publicly controversial email mentioned people name and against Thailand law, nobody posts anything except general topic and a couple of two committee posting stuff.
These topics. That's what I'm talking about. I didn't say when exactly. I don't know when you stopped. I don't have access to Facebook. You guys did it repeatedly for a very long time. We got it. I just want to be clear that we haven't posted this after the stuff. Yeah, I'm asking for everyone here to not do that. Anything further, and if there's any issues, they can be addressed at the GA.
You cannot ask everyone. They have their rights, but we know that
Not
what
really.
is please wait. We know that what is the important thing that we should ask. We don't stupid people that ask every single thing in the Facebook. We go when it is important and affect AIT community, and you should please stop distort information or talk in person for slandering other people. This is harassment, insulting, discrimination, and domination. Please stop talking in person. 2, if you want other people to stop posting in public or ask other people in public about their opinions, you have to stop do this. Insulting people in the back, in the person, or in the private email. Please stop it. This is not threatening, but this is the warning.
You have my word. No more comments to you.
Okay. So let's stop everything first. Okay, until you have your GA. No further. I kindly request all of you. Okay, because if you still have your GA, you know, thresh out everything, and if possible, no email going around and FB post and both sides, please. Okay. Kindly request you, and then after your GA, you thresh it all out. Then let's see how we proceed next. Okay, please. Okay, kindly ask you. You're all professionals here. You're all graduate students. So I think it's 2:08 already. So I appreciate everyone who came here, sharing your time. and you have poured out your heart, what's in your, minds, but, let's be more patient and understanding. Okay. So I think we can stop this meeting for now, and then you proceed with your GA. But in between that, kindly request everyone. Okay.
Actually,
Tenzin,
open forum, he has this thought and falsely blame us so much already. So I can't guarantee that it will be at the club for at least 10 days or above.
yeah.
Because of he falsely slander and blame us, we just have to clarify it. So I can't guarantee that it will be at GA meeting because it's too long to achieve that GA meeting, but he has falsely blamed us at the open forum, which till now is almost 20 days, that people misunderstood us. So which is the proper channel that I could clarify to all. That is not according to what he has distort or falsely blame or claim about this project, which is the proper method that OSA would suggest me. Because until the next year meeting, it will be almost a month that people misunderstand us. So please understand us as well.
So I already mentioned that you can have a general meeting within, if you possible, not within 10 days, at least before 20, so that you all have a clear understanding. And then discussion, you can have a discussion there. Till now, till then, do not post anything to further create misunderstanding. So then discuss in the meeting and make it clear. So that's the best option for you all. And since we all are matured and see how to go forward with the right direction, look at that angle. That's my suggestion to you, all of you. So so as of now, so we don't repeat again and again the last 2 hours what we're discussing. So yeah, Carla, am I correct, right?
Yeah. So I think we can conclude our meeting for now. Okay.
I just want to say I won't be here. I'll be gone from the 13th to the 20th. And so I will not be here, so I'm not available. And so we'll have to be sometime after the 20th. We'll talk to the secretary.
You can schedule like Zoom. You do your GE.
That should be discussed in the GA.
I'm actually on vacation and I'm doing some other work. And so I request that it not be on that week. I've dedicated enough of my free time to
no, I think Brenda, when you
I'm available after that. I don't know about the other SU members. I don't know how many members.
All the teams
how many members left. Some of them have gone away already.
So how can we trust the process and do the GA meeting?
I don't know how you
it's
do
like this in last 2 weeks. You mentioned like this.
No, I'm just telling you right now. I'm disclosing to you that I have another plan.
Everyone are busy, and it is SU team responsibility.
What do you do when I'm available?
You know it well when you
available after the 20th and ask the other team members. Why don't you suggest a couple dates after the 20th?
Later in the email, that have all the GA and SU team, it would be more efficient than discussing here about the date.
Yeah, so this one you internally you discuss when you SU join, his team should join, not only him, because you have a team. Team should support you, your thoughts, your idea, and then discuss on that. And this is your internal discussion, and we are there to support you. Any differences to help you to understand better. Okay, now, so we will stop here today, and you organize your internal meeting, then discuss in detail.
Okay, I have one other quick comment. Is that
I have
this is closing here. Is that I've tried to be amenable here, and I've already apologized. I'll make any other apologies that are necessary at the GA for any conduct or any words that I've made, previously. However, what I've said is that I'm not going to go any further about this. However, unless other people continue to do this. So Kunari, if you're going to go out and try to file charges against me for anything that's happened here, that's going to be a hornet's nest of problems. And then I'm going to file against you, which you've done to me already repeatedly. So if that's what you're saying that you're going to do and over here, then we're going to have another problem here. I've tried to actually stop, what's going on here, and I've tried to be reasonable about it and put this somewhere else here. And I think I have a credible reason of what I've been saying here. And so please stop doing that. I'm not trying to harass you here. I've already apologized. I'll apologize to you again. I've apologized to you for using language before. I'll apologize again. But please do not take this any further, because if you do, it is personal. You are making it
I
personal here.
think I cannot accept your apologize now because
Okay.
I'm
Well, you
I'm
can
not
choose not to accept it.
I'm
But
not
if
clear
you
with
actually
this
go to the
situation.
law, you go to the law and do that, then
Yes,
OSA,
yes.
we're going to get
We
everyone's
have
emails.
laws.
We're going to
We
be in a
have
big mess.
laws. You
And then I'm gonna
you
sue
cannot
you.
responsible for that email, so I will not
And
accept
I'm
to
gonna sue her,
apologize.
a bunch of the rest of you for continuing this process here.
I did
I've
not
been-
post anything after you sent that rude
I'm
invitation
just letting
to
you know.
me.
I've already
Please
accepted.
understand.
I've already had to deal with emotional distress from this and harassment. I've said I'll try to stop
Yes,
it.
yes, yes.
I'll say I'll
It
apologize.
should
think
be.
you-
Continue to do this here. I'm letting you know.
I will continue for that,
That's what's gonna happen.
for the harassment and slandering
It's in your
email.
court.
Yes.
Okay.
And don't you consider that by distorting information by you to the public will cause mental health issue to the
You did not
to
post in Facebook, you did not send email, but you
Doesn't work
keep
on-
Are you the only?
spreading rumors in person. You have to stop that also. If you want other people to stop, you have to make it be transparency and make it clear for everyone, so no one will post in Facebook. Me and Akalede, stop posting after you send that rude invitation. Please understand.
As
Oh,
of, okay,
yeah, I just inform you.
as
Please
of-
understand.
As of now, our discussion, once we finish, no any, social posting, whatever we discuss, because let's come out of the OSA director and look at all the minutes, then we go forward. But at the number one is very important, the SA, your General Assembly, meet one more time, clear it out. That would be best option I can see right now. And, problem is everywhere in the world, sometimes happen, best thing is to sit together face to face, apologize each other, make a mistake, no problem, and move forward, then make a good friends. Who knows? Right now you both are, the SU teams are not happy with the current, who knows, after 10 years, you guys are best friend in the world. We don't know. It's happened already in the practice. I've seen this in the last 20 years. While you're a student together, you fight each other. Later on, you're doing business together. We don't know. So it's a process. And then we learn together and transform each other's. Okay. So as of now, Kala, you can make the final conclusion. Then we can,
I want to
let
make
them go also.
I want to make a quick proposal, because I already mentioned that we only accept publicly apologize. We will not accept this apology this way. We only accept publicly apologize.
I think this is a demand. Okay. So I think
Yes,
it's not
this is
good
a
to have
demand. This is a
demand
request.
making.
Either Brian is the one who apologized to all of us publicly, to all SU student mail list, or OSA is the one who set the standard that this kind of behavior is not acceptable.
So, okay. So that's one OSA director will be, Carla will update the OSA director and see, but you should have your own one general assembly meeting to clear out, and then the directions that you want from that person.
Understood.
Can,
this is only the
request the OSA
request for
director
the
on that.
final, the third, the last topic.
Okay, so thank you, and let's all rest, and then you decide in your GA meeting, and after that you come back. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Good weekend.
Sorry for disturbing your time this much.
Thank you very much, and sorry for disturbing.
Don't worry, you enjoy your lunch now and take a rest. Don't feel stress. Okay.
Enjoy your
So
lunch and soon dinner.
You
Yeah,
be
so-
stressed, okay?
Yeah.
Don't be stressed. Kunari, don't be stressed, okay? So, and also Abhidab, okay? Life is full of changes. This is when I look at all the discussion, I see you will face more difficult than this in life. This is just peanuts. I mean, you just start your life beginning.
For us, it's
Life-
just general question and simple question. I don't know why he make it big. And
No, there's a different, I think there could be a cultural gap.
Question answer why it has to be so.
Yeah, sometimes I think it's the communication.
Communication, I see the communication.
I
Because
think
he
it's not
speak English.
communication, sir and ma'am. It's about, I don't want to tell this, that it's about behavior. And please kindly proceed for the harassment email that I report. I want to report. I really want to share this.
I
I'm
think
very
your
serious
request has
about
been-
this for the
Yeah.
next.
We are very serious about this harassment.
Kunari, your request has been already with Kamel that you have requested the GDS, Professor Kyoko. I think Kamel has got that one, and there's a committee. So committee is looking at it. Then we will update this to the Carla. Once I finish this one, Carla will also inform your report to consider on that directions. So you will know also. Okay.
Yeah, I think Camille
Because,
will have, there's another discussion also, right?
Yeah, on this.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yes.
your request is already been there. So Kamel is I think the president already sent the committee names. If you see, you check, there's an email from the president, the committee of the what's committee name? Before we call it harassment committee
Grievance.
something, right? So we have a new
Grievance
name on that.
committee. Grievance
Yeah.
committee.
Yeah,
Yes,
that one.
and
So,
it is
yes.
personal issue. That one is personal and club issue. I separate from here.
Correct.
Here is about
Correct,
all
correct.
students
Yeah.
concerned. I would like
Correct,
to
correct.
make
Yeah,
it clear that you understand that it is personal in the other email.
Yes, yes, so that one we already understand. That's why we don't touch that at all in today's discussion. So Kamel has aware of it, and there's a committee for that, and committee will look through it. I think Carla will also follow up on this. That you are looking for the answer for this report that you have requested, right, Carla? So you can discuss with the
Yeah.
Kamel on this.
I will,
that,
yeah, I think
Kunari
there will
is-
be another discussion for that. Initially,
Yeah,
actually, there was supposed to be another meeting. But anyway, for now, maybe just take a break first, okay?
Um,
Yeah,
sorry,
Kunari,
Friday.
just drink a lot of waters, and
Be
life
well
full of
and
changes,
safe.
problem comes.
Yeah.
Stay well, okay? So you are not on campus now. You are back home.
I'm at campus, that's why I feel so scared staying
Come
here
to see me.
because-
Come to see me. Come to see
because
me.
the
I already
harasser is still roaming around in the
Growing
campus.
pains of young adults.
Don't worry.
Young adults.
Come to see me. I already see
You
10
don't
students
say
yesterday. So difficulty going through.
The
So
reason why we have to make the third topic as a public apology is because it's not just us who receive this kind of behavior, but it's a lot. I truly believe a lot of people have been receiving this behavior from him.
One women committee received the male domination aggression that one of the committee is facing, as per my knowledge. But it will be discussed later because she is not here. So it will be fair for both the sides. But I want to raise one concern here that till now, there's no warning about harassment case to AT students by anyone. But the same harasser has already do it twice at least, and one is under investigation. So I don't have any idea how to stop him from harassing any further people. That's why I have to post on the Facebook, because till now it's already almost a month. Till now, there's no email warning or any warning. So I just concerned that if any further student will be harassed by the same student, that's why I have to sacrifice myself as a case study to prevent any further harassment case. So I just would like to request that kindly send the email to all students to at least stop anyone from harassing other.
Correct.
That's what
Correct. Actually, we
Actually, we
I think
send every start of the
every
semester. Yeah.
We send every semester.
Code
But now
of
into
conduct.
semester, we will send one.
Yeah. The code of conduct and everything.
Yes,
January and
like
August, we send that.
Happened like for at least 3 times in this month by the same harasser. That's why I just wonder, can it be sent again, because the case already happened and report at least for 3 issues with the same person. You don't have to mention anyone's name is signed, but at least report warn AT student that this harassment action is not acceptable.
Apira, I personally, I don't accept any harassment. We have a case, we don't publicly announce last 5 years back. If there harassment, that student going home within 1 month, or sometime, within 24 hours. So don't keep it, and that's not good. So you can report. We have even the faculty. Last 15 years ago, one faculty 24-hour go home. So there's another Indian student, one semester suspend. There's a policy, but we don't say this publicly because this is the confidential privacy issue. But I'm just giving you one example. So any student feel harassment, just write to the report at ait.ac.th or maybe to the corner directly. Immediate action should be taken. They should not be keep it. Though those have action be taken, we take confidentially. Some are, when I was student around 2000, 2 students out of the campus, no more. But then I realized, where are they? They are not in my class. I came to know that they are in harassment issues and they are, they cannot come back. After 1 year, they're allowed to come back. So so we don't publicly mention these things because this is a confidential issues, But yes, though officially, student welfare office may mention this harassment, with zero tolerance. If the individual face, you should immediately report. Don't keep it. No, even one, just keep the report. Then there's a committee to look after it. Even at the faculty level and our staff level, we have the committee there. If staff feel like, suppose I'm a boss of my team, so if they're not happy, they can report immediately. So we should not keep it. If you keep it, it compiles. It's not good for everyone. And I do not accept this. If anything, just report. So I think the announcement will come soon. Every semester we announce, like I announce the fees to be paid on time. The same thing like this. The harassment of the reminder will come. Yes, through different offices. Okay, so you take care. Okay, you guys, huh?
Okay, you
So,
take care.
And
Thank
Don't
you.
be
Then,
sick.
have
Stay
a nice-
safe and healthy.
yeah. Akarat,
Okay.
like you also, me also, I
Especially
stay with
during
my
this
in-laws
time.
are above 80 years. I'm very careful. They are not vaccinated.
Okay. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, then.
Thank you
Bye.
so much.
Friday.
สวัสดีค่ะ
Yeah.
Thank you again.
Take
Kang.
care.
Bye. Okay.
Record.